There are nights when the world feels far too loud. Even in silence, you lie awake, not because of noise, but because something stirs inside you, a quiet ache, a gentle tension, like a string pulled too tight, humming with the effort of trying to be understood in a world that rarely stops to listen. Maybe tonight is one of those nights. Maybe you've felt it before, the soft sorrow of being seen as strange, of feeling like a misfit in a world, chasing different dreams. Perhaps you've been told that you think too much, feel too deeply, live too simply, that you're too quiet or too sensitive. Maybe people misunderstand the way you love solitude, or how you find more meaning in a slow morning than a fast climb. And over time, all those little misunderstandings pile up like pebbles in your pocket, small enough to carry, but heavy enough to change your posture. If this message resonates with you so far, please take a second to like the video and subscribe, but only if you feel gently called to do so. And before we begin, I invite you to share your current time and country in the comments below. It's comforting to know where we're all listening from, together in this shared quiet. Now, let us begin. There was once a man who lived a life far removed from the noise of ambition. His relatives, his friends, even casual visitors often called him eccentric, odd, a little different. And he smiled, not because he didn't hear their judgment, but because he no longer carried it. There had been a time when he did, when the opinions of others mattered like the air he breathed. He remembered how, in his youth, he'd stood in front of the mirror, worrying about his appearance, his clothes, his voice, even his posture, how his heart would race at the thought of being disliked, or worse, unnoticed. He remembered those years as if peering through water, everything shimmering with the illusion that being accepted by others was the key to being whole. But life, in its slow and steady unfolding, had taught him otherwise. He did not come to this realization all at once. It wasn't an awakening, it was more like a soft erosion. Day by day, year by year, the urgency to be understood began to wear away. And in its place grew something far more peaceful, the willingness to be misunderstood and still be kind. Now, at 82, he found humor in how serious he once was about things that didn't matter. He still wore the same kind of clothes he had worn decades ago, not out of nostalgia, but because they were comfortable. He greeted each day not with urgency, but with reverence. What once felt like eccentricity now felt like freedom. And in his small, quiet home, he spent his mornings in silence, his afternoons at work, and his evenings in contentment. This is where we begin, not at the peak of ambition, but at the still point between breath and surrender. Buddhism teaches us that identity is a river, always moving, that the self we cling to, the one so worried about how it is seen, is not solid, but like a flame flickering in the wind. To know this deeply is not to become indifferent, but to become free. The man had stopped trying to be normal, not because he rebelled against society, but because he saw through the illusion of normalcy. What is normal, after all, but a word we use when we're afraid to be ourselves? The Buddha once said that attachment is the root of suffering. And among the deepest attachments we carry is the need for approval from our parents, from our peers, even from strangers who don't know our name. But like all forms of clinging, this need brings no peace. There is a Zen story of a monk who lived alone in a mountain hut. One day, a group of villagers came to see him, curious about his strange ways. They asked why he lived without electricity, why he never married, why he spent hours in silence. The monk simply poured them tea. When the cups were full, he kept pouring until the tea spilled over the rims. The villagers cried out, "Stop, the cups are full." The monk smiled and said, "So are your minds. When we are full of expectations of how we should live, how we should appear, how we should be perceived, we cannot hold the truth. There must be emptiness to receive peace. To live simply is not to lack, it is to leave space for the sacred." The man's life was not bare, it was full in another way, full of meaning, of careful presence, of soft joy. He did not chase more. He did not measure his worth by possessions or praise. He measured it by how gently he could touch the world, how usefully he could spend his breath. In his small home, there were no devices flashing, no endless noise, just the rhythm of his craft, the quiet of tea brewing, the creak of wood as he moved. And so, perhaps tonight, as you lie in your own space, you can soften the grip just a little. You do not need to be understood by everyone. You do not need to be admired, praised, or validated to know your worth. You are already enough. In your simplicity, in your quiet heart, in the way you breathe with the world, instead of running ahead of it. This is not a lesson taught in schools. It is something the soul remembers when life becomes still enough. In Buddhism, we often return to the breath not because it is exciting, but because it is always here, always real. Like the man in this story, who discovered that, in being seen as strange, he had actually found his truest self. There comes a moment in life, subtle, almost unnoticeable, when the mirror stops being a friend, not because it lies, but because it no longer matters. You may still glance at your reflection as you pass, but the longing to perfect it fades like morning mist. What once consumed you, the way your hair fell, the tone of your skin, the clothes that adorned your body, begins to dissolve into something quieter, something kinder. It's not that you stop caring entirely, it's that the caring no longer costs you your peace. When we are young, the world feels like a mirror hall, each wall reflecting our hopes, our fears, our fragile need to belong. We dress not only to keep warm, but to be seen, to be accepted, to be chosen. We perform our identities like dancers on a stage, unsure of where the steps come from, yet terrified to miss a beat. The gaze of others becomes our compass, even if it leads us away from ourselves. But eventually, for some, there is a soft shift. A whispering breeze moves through the soul and says, "You are enough now. You can rest." The man we met before, now in his 82nd year, knows this feeling well. He remembers his boyhood self, worried about his hair, about how tall he was, about whether he fit in with the others. He remembers the ache of adolescence, the sting of rejection, the strange sense of performing even in silence. and he remembers how deeply he cared about being liked, being noticed, being normal. But normal was always a moving target, and the more he chased it, the more it evaded him. Through the long, meandering years, the truth became clear, not in a flash of insight, but like the sky clearing after rain. He no longer needed to mold himself to fit the shape of someone else's expectations, not because he became indifferent, but because he became anchored. The more he turned inward, the more he found something that didn't need to be dressed up, defended, or proven. This is the path of maturing, not in age alone, but in spirit. In the Dhammapada, the Buddha reminds us that better than 100 years lived in ignorance, without contemplation, is one single day of life, lived wisely and mindfully. The shift from seeking approval to resting in wisdom may take decades, or it may take only a moment. But when it happens, the world feels lighter, not because it has changed, but because you have stopped trying to change for it. The man had long since stopped measuring his days by others' opinions. He no longer felt the sting of being called eccentric or odd. He accepted these labels as one might accept the weather, neither resisting nor clinging. A breeze may be cool, a cloud may pass, and someone may call you strange. Let it come. Let it go. Buddhist practice teaches us to observe thoughts like clouds in the sky. Judgments from others, even when loud, are just thoughts passing through their own sky, not yours. When someone calls you strange, they are only revealing the contours of their own mind, not the truth of your being. Over time, the man had found freedom in this. He moved through the world with quiet confidence, not needing applause, not fearing criticism. His walk was slower, his gaze softer. He was not in a hurry to impress anyone, and yet, paradoxically, in his stillness, he impressed deeply. There's a story told in Zen circles of a master who never spoke in temple. New students would arrive, eager to learn, and for days he would say nothing. He simply swept leaves, boiled water, folded cloth. Only when the student began to mirror this stillness, no longer craving validation, would the master begin to speak. Not to teach, but to share. True presence is like that. It draws others not with words, but with essence. The man's journey toward this presence had taken years of soft undoing, letting go of the need to be seen in a certain way, letting go of the anxious compulsion to explain himself, letting go of the idea that he needed to be anything other than what he already was. This is not apathy. This is clarity. To care deeply is not to cling tightly, and to be free does not mean to be alone. The man still had family, friends, neighbors who stopped by, but he no longer adjusted himself to fit their expectations. He met them from a place of authenticity, not performance, and, in doing so, he created space for others to be real too. In Buddhism, we speak of the middle way, not as compromise, but as balance, not chasing approval, but also not rejecting it in arrogance, simply seeing things as they are, letting people have their thoughts, their preferences, their opinions, and letting yourself be untouched by their turbulence. There is a calm dignity in knowing who you are, even if the world does not. So, if tonight you are still carrying the weight of needing to be understood, of hoping someone will finally see you the way you wish to be seen. May you gently place that burden down. You are not obligated to be everyone's favorite chapter. You are here to live your page fully, truthfully, peacefully. And if someone misunderstands your silence, your softness, your simplicity, may you bless them anyway. Their confusion is not your responsibility. The lotus does not ask the world to love it. It simply blooms. There is a strange grace in growing older, subtle, quiet, unnoticed by many. It doesn't arrive like a lightning bolt or a revelation. Instead, it tiptoes into your life slowly, like the soft light of dawn spilling through the window after a long night. One day, you realize that things you once raced toward no longer pull at you. The urgency dissolves, and what remains is not emptiness, but a spacious kind of peace. The man, now deep into his 80s, did not feel old, not in the way others imagined aging. His hands still moved with purpose, his thoughts still stirred with creativity, his mornings still beckoned him with meaning. When people asked if he noticed the years catching up to him, he would smile gently and say, "Not really. I'm still doing most of the things I've always done." But even as he said it, he knew the truth ran deeper than routines. What had truly changed was not his body, but his relationship to time. He no longer felt the pressure to be somewhere else, to be someone else, or to get something more. There was no longing for recognition, no yearning for accomplishment. What remained was a simple, sacred question: how can I be of use today? In Buddhism, there is a teaching that a meaningful life is one that serves, not in grand, heroic ways, but in the quiet offering of presence, in the act of showing up with care, even when no one notices. When the man woke in the morning, it wasn't ambition that pulled him from sleep. It was this humble devotion to being useful, not to prove his worth, but to live it. He often found this usefulness not in crowded places or loud applause, but in his workshop, a quiet, dust-scented space filled with the tender echoes of time. There, he restored old instruments, breathing life into wood that others had written off as broken. With each movement of his hands, he practiced a kind of meditation. He listened, he felt. He moved with patience and precision. No rush, no shortcuts, just presence. One of the instruments he had been working on for many months was a double bass from the 18th century, a piece others had deemed too far gone, unrepairable. But he saw possibility where others saw waste, not because he needed a challenge, but because something in him believed that what was once beautiful could be beautiful again, that even what seems beyond repair still holds value. In the same way, Buddhism teaches us that nothing is ever truly lost, that, even in the midst of decay, there is the seed of rebirth. The lotus grows from mud, not despite it, and the cracks in an old bowl are not flaws to hide, but stories to honor. The man once told a friend, as he ran his hands over the curved wood of the base, "Bringing this back to life justifies my existence." It was not a dramatic statement. It was quiet, matter of fact, almost whispered, but within it lived a profound truth that our sense of purpose need not come from grand achievements or global recognition. Sometimes it arises from the simple act of caring deeply for something or someone that the world has forgotten. To be useful is not merely to be busy. The world is filled with busyness that leads nowhere. True usefulness is rooted in love, in presence, in sincerity. It does not require youth. It does not require approval. It only asks that we meet the moment with an open heart. In Buddhist monasteries, even the oldest monks continue to serve in small ways, sweeping leaves, folding robes, filling teacups for the younger novices, not because they are obligated, but because they understand that every act, no matter how small, is a path to liberation when done with mindfulness. The man did not fear death, but he did fear becoming useless, not because he feared being forgotten, but because he knew the sorrow of having no one to give to. To serve is to stay connected, to feel the gentle hum of meaning vibrating through the hours. And so, in every turn of the wood, in every brush of varnish, in every note coaxed back to life, he found his sanctuary. He often spoke of retirement, not as a chapter he looked forward to, but as something unnatural. We work, and then one day we're told to stop. He said, and suddenly we're of no use to anyone. He found this idea heartbreaking, not only for himself, but for the many who had given their lives to service and then were told, subtly or not, that their offering had expired. But in the teachings of the Buddha, the value of a human being is not tied to their productivity. It is tied to their awareness. An old monk who can no longer walk may still teach the Dhamma through his presence. A grandmother who cannot lift her grandchildren may still nourish their hearts with her stories. There is no use-by date for compassion. Still, the man understood his own nature. He knew that for him, usefulness was the doorway to peace. Without it, the world might feel too still, too silent. So he continued. He worked not for money, not for recognition, but for the quiet joy of bringing something broken back to life. And in doing so, he too remained alive. In one of the sutras, the Buddha compares life to a well-tuned instrument. If the strings are too tight, they will snap. If too loose, they will not play. Balance is the key. And the man, in his quiet daily work, was learning how to keep his strings in tune, not with effort, but with care. Perhaps tonight, you too feel the longing to be useful, to know that your presence matters. May you remember that usefulness does not require greatness. It requires presence. Even the act of listening deeply, or holding space for a loved one, or tending to your own breath with kindness. These are offerings. These are ways to serve. You do not need to move mountains. Sometimes, brushing dust from an old surface is enough. Sometimes, simply getting out of bed with intention is a sacred act. There is something profoundly sacred about the act of repair, not only in the world of objects, but in the quiet landscapes of the heart. To restore what has been forgotten, to touch with care what others have abandoned, is a form of love that transcends words. It is not fast. It is not glamorous. It requires patience, humility, and the kind of attention that listens with more than the ears. In this way, the man's life had become a living meditation, practiced not on a cushion, but in the workshop where time itself seemed to slow. The double bass he worked on was no ordinary instrument. It was ancient, worn by centuries, dismissed as impossible to fix by luthiers more concerned with efficiency than faith. But he had taken it on with reverence, not out of pride or defiance, but because he believed in the invisible thread that runs through all things, that nothing truly beautiful is ever beyond redemption. It had taken him months, longer than even he expected. There were days when the wood refused to yield, when the cracks seemed too deep, the damage too old. But he continued, not with frustration, but with a kind of peaceful persistence. As he once said softly, "Bringing it back to life justifies my existence." That simple sentence held an entire world. In Buddhism, we often speak of right livelihood not simply as work that earns, but as work that heals, to bring life where there was lifelessness, to mend what was broken, to return sound to silence. That is the Dharma in motion. That is compassion, embodied in action. Each time his hands moved over the bass's worn curves, it was like the brushing of prayer beads, one stroke, one breath, one act of presence. There was no desire to rush toward completion. The journey was not about finishing. It was about being fully there, moment by moment, allowing the instrument to speak again, not only through music but through memory. In the Tao Te Ching, Lao Tzu writes, "Do you have the patience to wait until your mud settles and the water is clear? Can you remain unmoving until the right action arises by itself?" The man lived this teaching, not by quoting it, but by living it. He waited when waiting was needed. He acted when the moment called. He didn't force the process, nor did those results. He simply responded to what the wood asked of him, as though it were a friend slowly waking from a long sleep. And perhaps that is the truest kind of wisdom, to stop shouting at the world and instead listen for what is asking to be made whole. Others often marveled at his patience. Why bother, some would ask. Is it really worth the time? But they could not see what he saw. They looked at the cracked body of the instrument and saw ruin. He saw a story, a life that still had more to give. In Buddhist philosophy, we call this upaya, or skillful, means the ability to meet each situation not with rigid rules, but with flexible compassion, to see with the eyes of love instead of judgment. Repairing that base was not just a project, it was a way of honoring life itself. Every crack was a scar, every worn edge a lesson. In Japanese culture, there is a beautiful tradition called kintsugi, where broken pottery is repaired with gold lacquer, the cracks highlighted rather than hidden. The philosophy behind it says that breakage is not something to disguise, but something to cherish. The man lived this same truth. He did not erase the base's history, he wove it into its rebirth. And so, the longer he worked, the more he became a part of it. His breath was in the wood, his stillness in the strings, and when the day would come soon, when music would rise once more from its body, it would carry his love like a fragrance, invisible yet unmistakable. It is often said that to create is divine, but to restore is perhaps even more holy. Creation comes from vision, but restoration comes from devotion. Anyone can build something new, Few are willing to love what is old back into life. In Buddhist monasteries, the most advanced practitioners are not always those who speak the most, but often those who serve in silence. The old monk who mends robes, the nun who sweeps the temple floor with mindful hands. These are the ones who embody the teachings without the need for words. And this man, in his workshop, far from any temple, was no different. His tools were his malas. His silence was his sutra. He once said that repairing this instrument gave him a sense of meaning nothing else could, that without such acts, he might begin to fade, not physically, but inwardly. And it's true. So many grow old, not because their bodies weaken, but because their purpose dissolves. The world pushes them into retirement, into invisibility, into silence, not of the sacred kind, but of forgetting. But the soul does not retire. The heart does not forget how to give. The spirit does not need youth, it needs purpose. And so, the man continued, day by day, stroke by stroke, guided not by ambition, but by the call to serve, not by fear of death, but by love for life. And in this quiet devotion, he became something rare, a living reminder that usefulness is not tied to speed or success, but to sincerity, that even in our later years, we can offer something beautiful, that to be of use is to be alive. If tonight you are feeling lost, unsure of your place in this world, may you remember this. You do not need to be grand to be meaningful. You do not need to be fast to be worthy. You only need to meet the moment before you with care. Repair something, heal something, tend to something small. A broken chair, a weary friend, a neglected dream, or perhaps tend to yourself. It is a peculiar thing how society romanticizes retirement. We speak of it as if it were the reward after a life well lived, the long-awaited rest, the earned permission to finally do nothing. Yet beneath the surface of these well-meaning narratives, there is a quieter, more complex truth that many dare not name. When the rhythm of work fades and the calendar clears, some find peace, but many find emptiness. The man, in his wisdom and years, had come to see retirement not as freedom, but as a kind of exile, not for everyone, perhaps, but for him. The thought of being without purpose felt like being without breath. He had watched many of his friends, men and women once vibrant with contribution, slip into quiet despair when their usefulness was deemed spent. They had worked their entire lives, 50, 60 years of skill and offering, only to be told, one day, you can stop now. And when they did stop, life stopped too. Not immediately, not outwardly, but inwardly. Something began to dissolve. It was as if their sense of self had been tethered to the tasks they performed. And when the tasks were taken away, they drifted, untethered, lost in a sea of unmeasured time. The man feared this not out of ego, but out of love. He feared becoming invisible to the world he still longed to serve. Buddhism teaches that our suffering often arises not from pain itself, but from losing our connection to others, to meaning, to the web of interbeing that makes us feel real. When we are no longer needed, something in the soul begins to whisper, "Am I still here?" So he kept working, not because he had to, not because he could not afford to stop, but because stopping, for him, would feel like erasing. Repairing that ancient double bass was not merely a task, it was a vow. Each morning he rose with a quiet sense of direction. Each day he moved with intention. He belonged to his life. He inhabited it fully. There is a common belief that usefulness fades with age, that time strips us of our strength and creativity. But Buddhism sees aging differently, not as diminishment, but as refinement. In the same way, a stone becomes smooth after years of being shaped by the river. The spirit, too, becomes more polished with time. The grasping of youth gives way to the offering of wisdom. The rush gives way to rhythm. The question shifts from, "What can I achieve?" to, "How can I serve?" In the monastery, there is no retirement. There is only practice, whether a monk is 25 or 85. They rise before dawn. They sweep. They meditate. They teach. They serve in the way their body and mind allow. No one is discarded. No one is made obsolete. Each person is simply given a role that fits the moment. In this way, the Dharma honors all stages of life, not just the beginnings, but the slow, golden ends. And perhaps that is what the man had created for himself, a layperson's monastery, a workshop of intention, a retreat of usefulness. It was not about productivity. It was about presence. He had nothing left to prove, no titles to chase, no ladder to climb. He had only the instrument before him, the care in his hands, the sound yet to be born. Sometimes, when he paused to sip tea, he would look around his modest space and smile, not at what he had, but at what he no longer needed: the accolades, the ambitions, the need to be impressive. They had all fallen away like autumn leaves. What remained was the bare, beautiful tree of his being, rooted, still, alive. There's an old Zen saying before enlightenment: chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. The tasks do not change. The heart within them does. This was the man's enlightenment, not a blaze of insight, but a quiet understanding that meaning does not lie in novelty or recognition, but in returning again and again to the simplest offering of the day. He often wondered why people spoke of usefulness as if it were tied to youth alone. Had they never tasted the fruit of a tree older than themselves? Had they never heard the voice of an elder who had lived and lost and loved, and still spoke with kindness? There is a usefulness that ripens with age, a usefulness that is not about speed or strength, but about depth. In a world obsessed with efficiency, we forget the sacredness of slowness. But he had remembered. Every motion he made was deliberate. Every repair a meditation. He did not seek applause. And yet his life made music even in its silence. And still, he knew that a time might come when his hands would no longer obey, when his vision would blur, when the body would finally say, "Rest now." He did not fear that moment, but he did not welcome it either. He hoped only that it would come gently, that when it did, he would know he had given enough, that he had touched the world with care, that something he had restored, an instrument, a relationship. A quiet truth would continue to echo long after he was gone, because usefulness, he believed, was not about being irreplaceable. It was about offering something while you are here, something that doesn't vanish when you do. So, if tonight you are wondering whether your work matters, whether your quiet efforts are seen, whether your simple presence is enough, know this: there is no expiration date on your capacity to be of value. Your usefulness is not measured by what you produce, but by how you love, how you notice, how you tend. Even a smile can be a form of service. Even stillness can offer comfort. Even listening can heal. You do not need to wait for the world to name your worth. You can name it quietly, in your own breath, in the tea you make with care, in the plant you water, in the moment you pause to feel the warmth of being alive. As the years unfolded like a slow-turning scroll, the man found himself shedding more than just possessions. He was shedding illusions, quietly, gently, like leaves that fall in their own time. Youth had once filled his days with restless striving, chasing things that shimmered with importance but faded upon arrival. But now, in the stillness of age, he saw with clearer eyes. And what he saw most was this: not everything that feels urgent is truly important. And not everything that's important ever makes a sound. It's a strange paradox. How the older we grow, the less we need. Yet, the more we understand, life becomes a process of refinement, not of accumulation, but of sifting. What stays is what matters. What falls away was only passing through. He had grown skilled, not in building wealth, but in discerning worth. He could now see how much energy is wasted on pursuits that lead nowhere. How much suffering is born from chasing shadows, titles, admiration, possessions, control. All of them mirages, all of them incapable of touching the soul. In his youth, he had run after these things too, believing, asmanido, that to be seen was to be safe, to be praised was to be enough. But that belief, like all illusions, had quietly crumbled. What replaced it was something softer, a recognition that the deepest truths are not dramatic. They are quiet. They do not announce themselves. They are found in the spaces in between breaths, between words, between all the doing. They are what remains when the noise fades. In the teachings of the Buddha, there is great emphasis on discernment, the ability to know what leads to peace and what leads to suffering. It is not enough to be sincere. One must also be wise. The man had come to know that even good intentions can become tangled if not guided by clarity. Not everything is worth your time. Not every invitation deserves your attention. And most of all, not every thought deserves to be believed. He often reflected on this as he worked with his hands, letting the rhythmic movements of sanding, gluing, tuning become a kind of inner mirror. What mattered, truly, not the balance in a bank account, not the praise of others, not the gadgets that seemed to multiply each year. He had lived long enough to watch people accumulate everything they thought would bring happiness, only to remain anxious and unsatisfied. And he had seen others, those with very little walk with joy and lightness. Happiness, he realized, is not in having much, but in needing little. He looked at his own life. and it was simple by many standards. His kitchen held only what was necessary. His clothing was modest. His days were slow, but his heart was full. And that fullness did not come from what he possessed, but from what he had released. There's a story in Zen about a young student who visits a wise master, asking for enlightenment. The master offers him tea and begins to pour. The student watches as the cup fills, then overflows, spilling onto the floor. "Stop!" the student cries. The cup is full. The master smiles. "Yes," he says, "and so is your mind. How can I teach you unless you first empty your cup?" The man remembered this story often. His life, too, had been a cup once brimming with ideas, desire, comparisons, and fears. And over the years, he had slowly poured them out. Not all at once, sometimes with resistance, but always with the quiet knowing that space must be made for truth to enter. And what filled that space was clarity. He no longer mistook urgency for importance. He no longer allowed the world's panic to infect his peace. He had learned, through years and silence, to discern the essential from the excess. To him, it was not a sacrifice to live, simply it was a liberation. When you know what truly matters, life becomes lighter. You stop running. You start being. In Buddhist practice, this is called sampajanya, clear comprehension. It is the wisdom that arises from observing life honestly, without distortion. It is the skill of seeing things as they are, not as your fears or desires would have them be. And from that clarity comes ease. So the man moved through his days with ease, not because his life was easy, but because he no longer made it harder than it needed to be. He did not complicate what was simple. He did not chase what was running away. He let things come and go, like waves on the shore. And when decisions needed to be made, he asked not, "What do others expect of me?" but "What brings peace?" This one question had become his compass. He did not consult his ego or the opinions of the crowd. He consulted his breath, his body, his inner quiet, and in that quiet, he found what mattered most. There were times, of course, when the noise of the world tried to creep back in, advertisements promising happiness through things, voices suggesting he was missing out, moments of doubt, as even the wisest sometimes feel. But he had built a strong enough center to return to. He did not live untouched by the world, he lived unshaken by it. So, if tonight you are feeling pulled in 100 directions, if your mind is cluttered with tasks, comparisons, and questions that steal your sleep, pause, breathe. Ask yourself softly, what truly matters right now? You may find the answer is not something you need to get, but something you need to release. Perhaps it is the belief that more is better, or the fear that you are falling behind, or the old story that you are not enough unless you are achieving. Whatever it is, let it fall, like leaves falling from a tree that knows winter is not the end, but a beginning. The man had learned to trust this cycle, to trust that when you let go of what is not important, space opens for what is, and in that space, peace blooms, not as a reward, but as a return to simplicity, a return to truth, A return to the self you were before the world told you who to be. And in this return, everything becomes clear. He had seen it many times, how the hunger for more could twist even the most gentle soul into something restless. Not outwardly cruel, perhaps, but inwardly agitated, always reaching, always planning, always measuring life by the next possession, the next milestone, the next sense of being enough. And he had known that hunger himself. Long ago, it was subtle, disguised as ambition, cloaked in the language of responsibility or success. But underneath it all was a deeper fear, the fear of lack, the fear that without more, one might somehow disappear. But that fear had left him now. Not all at once, not like a sudden departure, but more like a shadow fading at the edge of evening. These days, he knew the danger didn't lie in not having enough, it lay in having too much. The Buddha warned of this centuries ago. That craving is a fire which, once fed, only grows hotter. That, the more we indulge it, the more we need to maintain the illusion of satisfaction. The man had seen this fire in others, the wealthy who lived in mansions but never found rest. The collectors of gadgets, upgrades, and luxuries who still lay awake at night, wondering what was missing. He had watched lives become so crowded with things that there was no space left to breathe, to listen, to feel. And so, he had chosen another path, not out of disdain for wealth, but out of deep reverence for sufficiency. He had chosen the gentle art of having just enough. His home reflected this truth. There were no blinking machines, no shelves filled with the latest devices, just what was needed, and even that, used with care. A fridge, a small freezer, a stove, a table, simple chairs that creaked when you leaned back. No blender, no espresso machine, no microwave. Visitors often looked around and blinked in surprise. But where are all the appliances, they would ask, as if expecting the life of comfort to come with wires and buttons. He would smile. There's a kettle, he'd say, a sink, a knife, a bowl. What more would you need to make tea and a meal? To him, this was not deprivation. It was freedom. In Buddhist thought, santuti, contentment, is considered a rare and powerful virtue. It is not the resigned acceptance of mediocrity, but the radiant joy of realizing nothing is lacking. When the mind no longer chases, the heart becomes still, and in that stillness, joy is no longer a visitor, it becomes a resident. He had seen with his own eyes how too much can harden the soul. The more people have, the more afraid they are of losing, the more elaborate their comforts, the more complicated their fears. Security systems, insurances, backups, storage units, all designed to protect the very things that never brought lasting peace to begin with. But when you own little, you lose little, and what you do own becomes sacred through simplicity. A bowl becomes a treasure, a window becomes a painting, a shared meal becomes a ceremony. The man didn't preach his way of life, he simply lived it. And in doing so, he invited others into a different rhythm, a slower, quieter one. When guests visited, there was no television humming in the background, No interruptions from screens or alerts. There was tea, conversation, and the kind of silence that made you notice the sound of your own breath. Sometimes, when someone stayed long enough, they would begin to feel something unfamiliar rising within them, not discomfort, but spaciousness, as if their mind had been running, and only now realized it could sit down and rest. This, the man believed, was the hidden gift of less. Not austerity, not denial, but space. Room for stillness, room for depth. He knew how hard it was for others to see this at first. The world doesn't reward simplicity. It rewards display. The shinier, the louder, the more extravagant these are, the things that turn heads. But he had stopped needing to be seen long ago. His joy was in the unseen, the way light fell across a bare floor in the morning, the hush of dusk settling over the garden, the feel of warm tea held in both hands. In Zen, there is a teaching that true wealth is having nothing to lose. The man had come to embody this not as a mantra, but as a way of being. He didn't fear loss because he did not cling, and he did not cling because he had found, through long observation, that nothing we grasp will ever stay. Things break, people leave, bodies age, beauty fades, but presence remains. And so he trained himself to love what was real, not what was impressive. He remembered the days when he too was tempted by more. There had been times in his youth when he dreamed of recognition, of comfort, of being admired for his skill. And perhaps there had been moments when he tasted those things, but none of them stayed. They never could. And each time they left, he was reminded to return not to bitterness, but to balance, the middle way. The Buddha called it not indulgence, not self-denial, but the quiet center where wisdom lives, where enough is truly enough. If tonight you are feeling the pull of desire, the kind that whispers, just a little more, or then you'll be happy, pause. Gently question it. Ask yourself, is this a need or a habit of wanting? You may find that the yearning isn't for more, but for meaning. And that meaning is not hidden in what you don't have. It is waiting quietly in what you already do. Perhaps it's in the tea you sip, or the silence between your thoughts, or the warmth of your blanket as you lie listening. You do not need to own everything to feel whole. You do not need to chase everything to feel alive. Sometimes, the greatest luxury is to want nothing at all. The man had learned this, not through preaching or study, but through living, through watching, through letting go, and in the letting go, he had made space for something far more valuable: peace. Not the peace that comes from getting what you want, but the peace that comes from no longer needing to. There is a quiet kind of joy that lives not in abundance, but in sufficiency. It doesn't shout, it doesn't dazzle. It arrives like the early morning mist, soft, barely noticed at first, but deeply nourishing to the soul. The man had discovered this joy not through acquisition, but through the subtle art of stopping, of pausing at enough, and letting that be the full measure of his contentment. Sufficiency is different from scarcity. Scarcity is rooted in fear, in the belief that there will never be enough. Sufficiency, however, is a knowing, a quiet confidence that what is here, now, is already enough. The warm tea in your hand, the light falling gently across the floor, the feeling of your breath, moving in and out like the tide. In these small, ordinary things, he had found a wealth far greater than anything money could offer. He would often sit in his modest kitchen with a bowl of simple food. No decoration, no excess, just rice. Steam via taplis, perhaps a bit of ginger. And each bite, taken slowly, became a form of gratitude. Not a performance, but a practice. He was not counting calories or nutrients. He was tasting life. Fully, presently, he would chew with awareness, sometimes pausing mid-bite just to feel the texture, to notice the quiet hum of being alive. In the Buddhist tradition, the empty bowl is a powerful symbol. Monks and nuns carry it with them on arms, rounds not to beg in desperation, but to invite generosity. The bowl is not just a container for food, it is a reflection of the heart. It represents openness, readiness, humility. An empty bowl has space to be filled. A full one does not. And so, the man lived like that empty bowl, not in deprivation, but in invitation. He was open to what life brought, and at peace with what it didn't. He had learned to stop the endless reaching. The world, with all its glittering offers and promises, no longer stirred him. His joy no longer depended on what he gained, but on how deeply he could receive. There's a Zen koan that says, "When the mind is empty, the whole world enters." In his simplicity, the man had made room for everything that mattered. Beauty, kindness, silence, reflection. A worn wooden spoon held more poetry for him than a silver fork. A cracked teacup more meaning than a new set of porcelain, because in these imperfect, ordinary things, he saw the whole universe reflected back. He had visitors, sometimes friends or family who would step into his home and pause, a little uncertain at first. They were used to homes filled with screens, voice, background noise, decorative flourishes that tried to impress. But here, there was only quiet and space. Space to breathe, to think, to feel. They would sit at his table, expecting something: conversation, entertainment, perhaps even judgment. But he would simply pour tea, slowly, silently, and as the steam rose, something in them would soften. The need to perform, to explain, to be seen, it would fade. And in its place, something deeper would arrive: presence. The joy of sufficiency is that it gives you back to yourself, without the constant pressure to accumulate or upgrade. You begin to notice what has always been here: the quiet companionship of your own breath, the sacredness of time spent without distraction, the subtle textures of sound and light and thought. When you no longer chase more, your senses wake up, and life, in its ordinary simplicity, begins to glow. The man once said, "The less I own, the more I see." He didn't mean that literally. Of course, he meant that things no longer blocked his view. When there are fewer objects in the way, fewer wants, clouding the heart, we can finally see what's real within and around us. In Buddhism, this is called apikata, fewness of wishes. It's a spiritual richness, cultivated not by acquiring, but by letting go. A person with few desires is not empty. They are free. Free from the grasping that tightens the chest. Free from the envy that clouds the mind. Free from the anxiety of keeping up, of proving, of possessing. The man didn't disdain the world's pleasures. He simply knew which ones lasted. He had tasted the sweetness of stillness, the nourishment of kindness, the contentment of being in harmony with the present moment. And so, the glitter of more no longer held him. He didn't need the newest device, or the most fashionable coat, or the fanciest meal. What he had was enough, and in that enough, there was peace. He believed that the world's suffering was not born of lack, but of forgetfulness. We forget how little we truly need. We forget how precious it is just to be here. We forget that joy, like breath, is always available, if only we make space for it. So he cultivated that space. With each drawer he emptied, each item he gave away, each invitation to consume that he kindly declined, he was not losing. He was clearing a path. And on that path, he walked lightly, not because he had to, but because it felt right. It felt like truth. And perhaps that is the greatest gift of sufficiency. It brings you into alignment with what is real, not the illusions of advertising, not the projections of status, but the quiet truth of being human, alive, and deeply capable of peace. If tonight you are feeling weighed down by decisions, by desire, by the subtle tension of never quite having or being enough, may you pause and take a breath. May you look around your space and ask, what here brings me peace? What here do I truly need? And may you discover, not in lack, but in letting go, a hidden wellspring of joy. Because sometimes, the most powerful sentence you can say to the world is, I have enough. And sometimes, that's the moment your heart begins to rest. It was often in his kitchen that visitors first encountered the quiet radicalism of his life. There, in that small, sunlit space, was a lesson more profound than many books could offer. Not because it was grand, but because it was so utterly simple. So stripped of excess. A stove, a sink, a wooden table, smooth with age. A few humble utensils resting in their places, not chosen for aesthetics, but for their function, their familiarity, their ease. No blinking machines, no blinking lights, no noise, but the occasional click of the kettle or the gentle sound of tea being poured. People would stand there, stunned not by beauty, but by absence. But there are no appliances, they'd ask, scanning the counters as though something had been forgotten. Their voices betrayed a hint of concern, as if the lack were an oversight rather than an intentional act of liberation. He would only smile. Not defensive, not proud, just kind. What more do I need? He would say softly. A stove to cook, a table to share, a sink to clean. That is enough. And it was more than enough, because for him, the kitchen was not a place to impress. It was a space to return to the elemental, the real, the rhythm of nourishment. In this way, it had become a kind of temple, not grand, but sacred. And every bowl washed, every pot stirred, every simple meal prepared with presence became an act of devotion. In Zen Buddhism, there is a long tradition of reverence for ordinary tasks. The monastery kitchen is often regarded as one of the most important spaces in the entire temple. The tenzo, the head cook, is chosen not for culinary skill, but for spiritual maturity. Because how you cook, how you clean, how you chop vegetables or stir the rice, this is where your practice is revealed. The kitchen is the altar, the pot is the bell, and the moment you forget that, you have already wandered far from the path. The man had never trained in a monastery, but he lived by the same awareness. His every movement was quiet, unhurried, whole. He did not multitask. He did not rush. When he cooked, he cooked. When he ate, he ate. And in doing so, he tasted the full depth of each moment. He had learned, through years of stillness, that the soul does not need embellishment, that what is real does not shout. He had no desire to accumulate new tools or replace what worked perfectly well. The worn pan, the chipped mug, the wooden spoon darkened by years of use, these were not flaws to him. They were companions, each holding a memory, a rhythm, a story. The absence of appliances was not poverty, it was poetry, for in removing the unnecessary, he had revealed the essential: space, clarity, peace. There's a saying in Japanese, Zen, beware the man who carries only one bowl, for he understands the truth. The idea is not to romanticize lack, but to honor sufficiency. When you have only what you need, you have fewer distractions. And with fewer distractions, you begin to see more clearly, not only the world around you, but the workings of your own mind. The man's kitchen was not curated. It was lived, and that living was mindful. When he wiped down the table, he did so slowly, not out of compulsion, but as a way to settle the breath. When he lit the stove, he lit it with care, noticing the flame, the warmth, the potential it carried to transform raw into nourishment. His life was filled with these small, sacred rituals, and none of them required a single modern gadget. Sometimes, guests would fidget, unsettled by the silence. Accustomed to screens and hums and constant motion, they didn't know what to do in a space that asked nothing of them. But if they stayed long enough, the discomfort softened, the quiet began to soothe, and they would find themselves stirring the soup more slowly, holding the teacup with both hands, feeling things they hadn't felt in years: gratitude, presence, ease. This, the man knew, was the hidden gift of less, not the pride of being minimal, not the performance of austerity, but the deep comfort of living in harmony with life itself. In Buddhism, there is a term, shikan, which translates as just this breath, just this moment, just this task. It is the heart of meditation, and also the heart of mindful living. His kitchen, his home, his days were all an embodiment of just this: not lacking, not reaching, not resisting. In a world where everyone is always adding more apps, more tools, more storage, he had become someone who subtracted, not recklessly, but with grace. Each thing removed was not a loss, but a returning to spaciousness, to calm, to truth. He had no interest in modern trends of minimalism, with their sharp edges and curated shelves. His simplicity was not aesthetic, it was spiritual, a result not of fashion, but of insight. He knew that a cluttered space often mirrored a cluttered mind, and so he kept both clear, not through discipline, but through understanding. If tonight you find yourself overwhelmed by noise, by things, by the endless demands of consumption, may you look to your own space, not with judgment, but with kindness. Ask gently, what here truly serves me? What here reflects peace? And let what no longer brings you home begin to quietly leave. You need not empty your life all at once. You need only begin to notice. Notice how it feels to sit in a room with fewer distractions. Notice the calm of washing a single dish with care. Notice how your breath returns when you are not pulled in so many directions. The kitchen can become a mirror, and what it reflects is not your status or style, but your state of being. To live with less is not to live with lack. It is to live with presence, and in that presence, a bowl becomes enough. A chair becomes rest. A meal becomes a blessing. As the years moved gently across his life, the man began to notice a different kind of aging, one not marked by wrinkles or aching joints, but by something far more subtle, a quiet rigidity that tried to settle into the mind. It was not obvious at first. It crept in softly, like winter seeping under the door. A certain resistance to new ideas, a mild irritation when others thought differently, a preference for what was familiar, even when curiosity once ran wild. He had watched this happen to others. People he admired in their youth for their open-mindedness, their flexibility, their wonder slowly becoming fixed, certain, closed, as though time had not only shaped their faces, but hardened their thoughts, as though age had offered them knowledge, but stolen their willingness to see from another's eyes. And so, he made a vow, a silent, personal vow to stay open, to keep his thoughts supple, his heart elastic, his curiosity intact. He knew that the most dangerous kind of aging was not of the body, but of the mind. In Buddhist teachings, this mental stiffness is often described as mana, a subtle conceit, a clinging to views, the belief that one already knows, already sees clearly, already understands. But the path of awakening requires something different. It asks us to let go even of what we think we know, to meet each moment as a student, not as a master. The man understood this deeply, and so he remained. In spirit, a beginner, he would often sit in conversation with people decades younger, not to correct them, but to listen, not to instruct, but to absorb. If their views clashed with his own, he did not immediately push back. He let the tension settle. He asked questions, not to challenge, but to understand. And in this way, he kept his mind alive. He believed that when a mind calcifies, the soul shrinks. It no longer has room to stretch, to dance, to touch mystery. It becomes heavy, like wet clay left too long in the sun, unshaped, cracked, fragile, but a flexible mind that was something luminous. It sparkled with youth. No matter the age of the body, it welcomed surprise. It played with paradox. It bowed to the possibility that someone else's truth might shine a light on its own blind spots. There's a Zen concept known as Shoshin beginner's mind. It is the mind that approaches each encounter, each lesson, each breath, with openness and eagerness. Even when one is experienced, it is not foolishness. It is not forgetting what you've learned. It is remembering how vast the universe truly is, and how small we are in its presence. The man had come to live from this place. He was not concerned with being right. He was concerned with being real, with staying fluid, with resisting the temptation to reduce the world to categories, labels, and neat conclusions. Life, he knew, was messier than that, and far more beautiful. He once told a friend, "The worst thing isn't growing old, it's growing certain." And he meant it, because certainty, while comforting, often comes at the cost of connection. When we cling too tightly to our views, we shut the door to the hearts of others. We begin to speak more than we listen. We defend more than we explore. But when we stay open, even in disagreement, something miraculous happens. We create space for peace. He practiced this even with those he disagreed with deeply, whether political, spiritual, or personal. He had learned that disagreement need not be a threat. It could be a doorway, a moment of shared humanity, a chance to stretch beyond the echo chamber of one's own mind. Let others have their views, he would say, and keep yours soft enough to hold without squeezing. This was not passivity, it was maturity, because true maturity, he believed, was not about having the final word. It was about knowing when to be quiet, when to nod instead of argue, when to ask, "Tell me more," instead of, "Let me explain." The Buddha often taught his disciples through silence. When asked the deepest questions about life, about death, about the nature of existence, he sometimes said nothing at all, not because he had no answer, but because some truths must be lived, not spoken. Some understandings bloom only in the fertile ground of stillness. The man had grown to trust this silence. He did not need to rush to explain his worldview. He did not need to correct every misunderstanding. He allowed others to be wrong in his presence, if that was what they needed. And often, his tolerance created the safety for real understanding to arise. His family didn't always understand his quiet ways. Sometimes they mistook his silence for aloofness, his patience for detachment. But over time, they came to see that his calm was not absence, it was depth. That beneath the still surface, there was a mind constantly learning, a heart constantly softening. He knew that he would never be fully mature, that the journey of growth did not end at 60 or 70 or even 82. It ended only with the final exhale. And even then, who's to say the learning stops? There's a story told of a Buddhist monk on his deathbed. When asked what his final words were, he whispered, "I don't know." Then he smiled and passed. That story lived inside the man's heart. It reminded him daily that wisdom is not a destination, but a posture, a way of bowing to the mystery, of greeting life with reverence and humility, and most of all, with flexibility. So if tonight you find yourself hardening into judgment, into certainty, into frustration, may you pause. May you feel the breath moving through your body, reminding you that you are still alive, still capable of wonder, still learning. May you soften not just your shoulders, but your thoughts, not just your jaw, but your beliefs, because to remain soft in a world that rewards hardness is not weakness. It is courage. It is presence. It is love. There is a quiet nobility in the act of allowing others to be wrong, not in the spirit of superiority, but in the deeper current of compassion that understands everyone is walking their own path, shaped by different winds, different wounds. The man had come to this understanding not through books or lectures, but through the simple experience of living long enough to see that opinions come and go, like weather across the mind. He had spent many years in conversation, some soft, some heated, with people from all walks of life. Some who shared his values, others who did not. In his younger years, he often felt compelled to correct, to persuade, to convince. He believed, as many do when they are still carving their identity, that to stand firm was to protect the truth. But over time, he began to see that this need to prove was not strength. It was fear, fear of uncertainty, fear of difference, fear of letting go, of the illusion of control. As he matured, he stopped trying to win arguments. He began to listen more and defend less, not because he lacked conviction, but because he had discovered something more powerful than being right, being kind. He once said, "To be tolerant of someone you quietly disapprove of, that is real maturity." And he lived by it. It wasn't easy. He had strong beliefs, shaped by years of reflection and experience, but he no longer wore them like armor. He wore them like soft cloth, close to his skin, but never wrapped so tightly that he couldn't breathe. Buddhism teaches us that all beings carry the seeds of delusion. We are all touched by ignorance in some way, blinded not by malice, but by conditioning. And so, when someone spoke harshly or held views that seemed closed or harmful, he no longer reacted with anger. He saw the suffering beneath the surface. He saw the story behind the stance. And in that seeing, he softened. Compassion, in the Buddhist tradition, is not about liking everyone. It is not about agreement or approval. It is about understanding the shared nature of our confusion, the way we all grasp, all fear, all mistake our thoughts for truths. When we see this clearly, we do not become indifferent. We become merciful. The man once sat in a cafe with a younger friend who was venting about a relative with very different political beliefs. "I can't even speak to him anymore," the friend said. "He's just so wrong about everything. It makes my blood boil." The man listened quietly, then offered only this: "Sometimes, the best thing you can offer someone is the space to be wrong with dignity." The friend was silent, and slowly, the truth of those words began to settle in. We are not here to fix each other. We are here to love each other through our illusions. In monasteries, debates are sometimes used as part of training not to dominate, but to sharpen awareness. But even in those debates, the tone is respectful. The goal is understanding. The Buddha himself was known not for argument, but for the way he listened, even to those who came to challenge him. He offered presence, not punishment. He was curious, not combative. The man aspired to this kind of grace, not perfectly, but sincerely. He still had his moments when he wanted to correct, to interrupt, to roll his eyes. But he had trained himself to pause, to breathe, to listen beyond the words. Sometimes, someone's tone would carry pain they didn't name. Sometimes their stubbornness came from fear. Sometimes their loudest declarations masked a deep uncertainty. And every time he remembered that, he could find the patience to stay open. This did not mean he accepted everything. He still had lines he would not cross, still had values he upheld with clarity and care. But he no longer needed others to mirror them. He understood that harmony does not require uniformity, that two people can walk side by side, even if their songs are different. He also knew that disagreement could be an opportunity, a doorway into a deeper understanding of self, of other, of the fragile beauty of human belief. But only if we enter that doorway with humility, only if we are willing to risk not being right. In one of his favorite stories, a disciple asked the Buddha, "How do we know if we are progressing on the path?" And the Buddha replied, "If your heart is becoming more tender, more open, more forgiving, then you are on the path." The man took that teaching to heart. He measured his progress not by knowledge gained, but by his capacity to sit with discomfort without closing off, to disagree without hardening, to care for someone, even when their worldview felt foreign. He often reflected on how much energy was lost in the world, not through violence alone, but through the quiet wars of opinion, the subtle poisons of judgment, the way families grew distant, friends fell apart, communities fractured, all because no one wanted to be the first to soften. And so he practiced softening every day, in conversation, in silence, in thought. It wasn't passive, it was intentional. He chose to forgive quickly. He chose to assume the best. He chose to keep his heart a little more open than what felt comfortable. He believed that in doing so, he was participating in something sacred, that every moment of tolerance, every gesture of gentleness, was an offering to a world desperately in need of both. If tonight your mind feels tight, if you are rehearsing arguments, carrying grudges, or quietly disapproving of someone who does not see the world as you do, may you pause. May you remember that they, too, are walking their path, that they, too, are trying to make sense of things, that beneath their words is a heart, not so different from your own. And perhaps, if you can find it within you, offer them a little space, not because they've earned it, but because you've remembered who you are. A mind that remains flexible is a mind that remains free. A heart that holds difference with compassion is a heart that knows peace. You do not have to agree. You only have to love. Aging, he had come to realize, was not a descent into irrelevance or a slow crumbling into stillness. It was a deepening, like roots pushing farther into the earth with each passing season. His understanding no longer floated on the surface of things. It reached downward, inward, not in pursuit, but in surrender. He was not growing older so much as he was growing quieter, more attuned to what matters, more able to listen to what lies beneath the noise. And what he heard, in the quiet hours of morning or while mending something worn by time, was not the ticking of the clock or the echo of what he used to be. It was presence, a kind of silent aliveness that no longer needed to be loud, to be real. He was no longer chasing life as he had in youth. Life had come to him, like a river softening into its broadest, calmest stretch. There is a myth that youth holds all the beauty, that the beginning of the journey is the most vibrant, most valuable, most alive. But he had come to see otherwise. The vibrancy of youth, though dazzling, is often scattered. It spills in every direction: passion, urgency, ambition, longing. It reaches outward. But age, when held with grace, turns the gaze inward. It gathers, it concentrates. What was once diffused becomes distilled. Like tea brewed over a long time, the flavor grows deeper. He often thought of his own mind as a river. In the early years, it rushed, turbulent and eager. It sought novelty, impact, recognition. But now, the current moved slower. It curved gently around the rocks instead of trying to break them. And in that slowness, there was clarity. He could see through the surface, all the way to the riverbed. In Buddhist practice, the slowing of the mind is not a sign of decline. It is a sign of ripening, a sign that the flame of restlessness has calmed and the light of wisdom is beginning to glow. The man no longer needed to speak as much. He no longer needed to assert. His presence spoke for him. He had become a living reminder that life does not end in old age. It comes home to itself. Sometimes he would sit by the window, watching the light change across the floor, and feel no desire to move. Not because he was tired, but because he was full. There was nowhere else to be, no one else to become. In that stillness, he could feel every breath, every beam of sunlight, every sound in the distance, as if they were intimate companions. There's a story in the Buddhist tradition of a monk who spent his whole life searching for enlightenment. He studied, practiced, fasted, wandered, but as an old man, he stopped. He returned to his hut, sat beneath a tree, and simply watched the seasons pass. And one morning, as the sun rose and touched the frost on the leaves, he whispered, "Ah, so this is it." And he smiled, not because he had found something new, but because he had finally seen what had always been there. The man understood this deeply. He no longer needed enlightenment to be dramatic. He had stopped looking for fireworks. Now, it came in the gentle creak of a floorboard, in the way his teacup fit perfectly in his palm, in the quiet satisfaction of folding his sweater. Just so, he had come to see that maturity was not a destination, but a process, one that never ends. Just as the tree continues to grow, rings deep within, even when it stops reaching upward, he too continued to evolve, not through effort, But through allowing, he allowed himself to feel more, to judge less, to see others as part of his own story, not apart from it. He no longer asked the world to fit his expectations. He had let go of the need to fix everyone, to correct every path. In his youth, he had often thought that love meant helping people become better. Now he saw that love also means letting people be as they are. This did not make him passive. It made him compassionate. He had softened in ways that were invisible from the outside but profound within. Arguments no longer called to him. Outrage no longer lit his fire. He had learned, slowly and sometimes painfully, that peace was not something to win, it was something to practice. And so he practiced it. Every day. With each word he chose not to say. Each opinion he let pass like a breeze through the trees. His days no longer needed structure to be meaningful. He moved with the rhythm of what felt real. If he was tired, he rested. If he felt joy, he lingered in it. If sorrow arose, he welcomed it like an old friend. He no longer tried to control his emotions. He simply gave them space to breathe. This was the deepening, not knowledge for the sake of knowing, but wisdom for the sake of being. It did not demand attention. It did not require explanation. It revealed itself only in silence, in patience, in the way he responded to the world, with fewer sharp edges and more open hands. If tonight you are fearing the passing of time, if the thought of aging feels like a quiet grief, may you remember this: to grow older is not to grow lesser. It is to grow deeper, richer, softer, wiser. There are treasures that only time can give the ability to let go without regret, to hold without clinging, to love without needing. There is a beauty that youth cannot touch, the beauty of having nothing to prove, the beauty of being, simply and fully. Here, you are not running out of time. You are ripening. Let the seasons shape you. Let the years refine you. Let yourself deepen into the sacred fullness of now. Grief, when it arrives, does not knock politely. It enters the room like a wave through glass, sudden, shattering, irreversible. It leaves silence in its wake, not the peaceful kind, but a silence that hums with ache. And though time softens its edges, grief never truly leaves. It makes a home in the body, in the folds of memory, in the quiet places between breaths. The man knew this pain intimately, not from books, not from watching others, but from the hollow echo left behind when life does not go the way it should. He had buried two sons, one at 31, the other at 32, both in the prime of their lives, both gone far too soon. He did not speak of it often, not because he had forgotten, but because the sorrow lived in a place beyond words. Losing a child, he would say quietly, was not something you get over. It is something you learn to carry. And carry it, he did not like a burden, but like a scar that had become part of his skin. He had lived through the unthinkable, not by resisting the grief, but by making space for it. He did not try to explain it away. He did not try to heal it prematurely. He simply allowed it to be there, raw, honest, sacred. In Buddhist thought, there is no teaching that pretends life will not hurt. The Four Noble Truths begin with an acknowledgement. there is suffering, not as punishment, not as mistake, but as part of what it means to be alive. To love is to open oneself to the risk of loss. To attach is to invite impermanence into the heart of joy. But Buddhism does not ask us to avoid love. It asks us to hold love wisely. The man had not shielded his heart. He had loved fully, deeply, without condition. And when loss came, it cracked him open. But it did not destroy him. It humbled him. It softened him in places that might otherwise have stayed hard. He used to wake in the middle of the night, not from dreams, but from the weight of remembering. Sometimes it was the sound of their laughter, sometimes a familiar phrase, sometimes just a presence that hovered in the room, like incense from an old prayer. He would not push it away. He would sit with it, and in that stillness, he would breathe. He once said that grief, when held with tenderness, becomes a form of love that has nowhere to go. It spills into the quiet corners of the day, into the way he made tea, into the care he gave to his craft, into the way he looked at the world with eyes that had seen both too much and not enough. Grief had made him more present, not less. It had stripped him of illusions. It had shown him the fragility of everything. And in doing so, it had also shown him the depth of now. In the Buddha's time, there was a woman named Kisa Gotami who lost her only child. In her anguish, she wandered from house to house, pleading for medicine that might bring the boy back. Finally, someone directed her to the Buddha. He listened to her pain and told her he could help, but first, she must bring him a mustard seed from a house that had never known death. She went, with hope, but every house she visited had a story of a lost father, a mother, a sister, a child. In time, she returned with empty hands, but a heart that had opened to a deeper truth. The man had heard that story many times, but when he lost his children, it became something else entirely. No longer a parable, it became his life. He saw himself in Kisa Gotami, and slowly, through the slow passing of seasons, he accepted that he was not alone in his sorrow. That pain was not a punishment. It was a thread that connected him to every parent who had ever wept in the dark. There was no bypassing it, no shortcut through, only the path, one step at a time, one breath at a time. Some days the grief would sit quietly. Other days, it would rise unexpectedly, catching him off guard in the middle of something ordinary. A song, a memory, a scent, and still, he welcomed it like a guest, not because he wanted to suffer, but because he had learned that to turn away from grief is also to turn away from love. He did not believe the pain would ever vanish, but he believed he could live with it. And more than that, he could live because of it. Because the loss had deepened him, had opened up a well of compassion he hadn't known existed. He could now sit with others in their pain and not flinch. He could hold space for sorrow without needing to fix it. He could hear the cracking of another's heart and say, simply, "I know." The man no longer asked why. He had let go of needing reasons. The universe, he understood, did not operate on fairness, only on impermanence. Everything that rises falls. Everything that comes will go. And yet, this truth did not make him bitter, it made him tender. He came to see grief not as an interruption to life, but as part of the path itself, a teacher cloaked in silence. And in that teaching, he found a kind of grace. If tonight your heart carries the weight of loss, if you have known the ache of loving someone who is no longer here, may you breathe with that ache. May you allow it space to exist, without rushing it away. You are not broken. You are not weak. You are simply human. And to be human is to grieve. There is no shame in your sorrow. It is proof of your capacity to love. And love, even when it cannot hold the hand it longs for, continues to reach across time, across distance, across the threshold of life and death. It lingers. It softens. It teaches. Let it teach you gently. Let it keep your heart open. Let it remind you that in the deepest sorrow, there is also the seed of compassion for yourself, for others, for this delicate, fleeting life. There are moments when the absence becomes a presence, when those we have lost feel closer than ever, not in the way they once were, not in body or voice or form, but in the quiet traces they left behind. The man felt this often, not in dramatic visitations or visions, but in the way the light filtered through a certain window, in the pause between notes of an old melody, in the way he still sometimes turned to speak, before remembering that the room would answer only with silence. He never stopped missing his sons. That kind of missing doesn't dissolve with time. It changes shape. It softens, loses its edges, becomes less a wound and more a scar that aches in certain weather. But with that ache came something else, something he had not expected, a strange kind of closeness, as if, in their physical absence, his children had become more deeply woven into the fabric of his being, as if they now lived not beside him, but within him. He no longer imagined them in the forms they once held. He had let go of clinging to memory like a photograph that fades with too much handling. Instead, he allowed them to be formless, not vanished, but transformed. He could not explain it, not to others, and sometimes not even to himself. But there was a knowing, a quiet confidence that life had not ended for them. It had only changed. In Buddhism, the nature of self is never fixed. There is no permanent identity, no unchanging soul. We are processes, not possessions, waves, not statues. Death, then, is not a rupture, but a transition, a shifting of form, a dissolving of the temporary back into the eternal rhythm. The man had come to rest in this truth not as dogma, but as comfort. When he thought of his sons now, he did not imagine them in suffering. He imagined them as light, as wind, as the warmth that settles in the chest when you hear a familiar song. He imagined them as part of the greater whole, the great turning wheel of becoming, no longer bound by the constraints of flesh and name, but expanded into something far beyond comprehension. And in that imagining, there was peace. He had learned, through long nights and slow mornings, that trying to understand the mystery of death with the intellect was like trying to hold fog in your hands. The more you grasp, the less you feel. So, instead of seeking answers, he cultivated trust, a trust that there was more to this life and beyond it than what could be measured, that some things are not meant to be solved, only surrendered to. There's a phrase in the Zen tradition, not knowing is most intimate. He lived by that now. He no longer needed to know what came next. He only needed to be present with what was. The unknown, once a source of fear, had become a kind of sacred space, a vast sky into which he could release his longing, his pain, his questions, and watch them dissolve into stars. He did not pretend the grief was gone. Some days, it rose without warning. A song on the radio, a passing resemblance, a quiet moment when the world tilted just enough to open the door. And when it came, he did not turn away. He welcomed it, Saturday with it, let it move through him, like wind through open windows, because he knew now. Grief and love were never separate. They were two petals of the same flower. To have one without the other was impossible, and he would not trade the love, even if it meant never knowing the loss. He often said that the pain of losing them had opened his heart in ways comfort never could, that the hollow space left behind had become a kind of chamber for compassion. He could now sit with others in their sorrow, not as a teacher, not as someone with answers, but simply as someone who understood, who knew the terrain of grief like his own garden, who could say with honesty, "Yes, I've been there too. I'm still there, and I'm still alive." And in saying so, he offered others a kind of quiet hope, not the promise of a pain-free life, but the reassurance that it is possible to live a meaningful one, even with a broken heart. He had come to see life differently now, less as a series of events, more as a stream of interconnected moments, everything touching everything else, every sorrow containing a seed of beauty, every ending wrapped in some new beginning, even death. That final unknown was not an erasure, but a return. Return to what? He could not say, but return, nonetheless. He found comfort in small things, the feel of the wind on his face, the scent of wood after rain, the sound of birds at dawn. These were no longer background noise, they were signs, reminders that the world continued, that beauty remained, that life was still here, inviting him to be part of it. He did not speak to his sons, not out loud, but sometimes, when the day was still and his hands rested in his lap, he would close his eyes and simply feel. And in that feeling, there was connection, no visions, no messages, just presence, as if their love had never left, only changed its language. He believed they were not lost, only changed. And so he lived not in mourning, but in reverence for their lives, for their deaths, for the way their absence had sculpted his heart into something more tender, more spacious, more alive. If tonight you are grieving someone you loved, someone you still talk to in your thoughts, someone whose absence echoes louder than any sound, may you pause. May you know that grief is not proof that something has gone wrong. It is proof that you loved well, that your heart is still open, that your connection continues, even if its shape has changed. You do not need to let go of them, only of the belief that they are truly gone, because love does not vanish. It transforms, it travels, it finds new ways to reach us. And when you sit quietly, you may feel it. In the warmth of the morning sun, in the hush of twilight, in the breath that moves through you like a whisper of memory. They are still with you, not in the way you long for, but in the way the soul remembers. Some questions never leave us. They return in the quiet of the night, when the distractions have faded and the mind is still. They linger like mist, like music heard from far away. What happens when we die? Where do we go? Do we disappear, or do we return to something we've always belonged to? The man no longer sought concrete answers to these questions. In his younger years, he had searched through philosophy, science, faith. He had wrestled with ideas, read the sacred texts, listen to others, speak with conviction about heaven, reincarnation, energy, the void. Each perspective offered a fragment, a shape in the fog, but none gave him what he was really seeking: certainty. And so, with time, he let go of the search for certainty. He replaced it with something gentler, not belief, not doubt, but wonder, a kind of reverent curiosity, a willingness to be with the unknown without needing to close it. He would often sit with the idea of death not in fear, but with quiet interest, like sitting at the edge of a vast ocean, watching the waves roll in, knowing you will one day enter them. There was no rush. There was no resistance, just a sense that whatever lay beyond the horizon, it was not something to dread. It was something to meet with openness, as one would meet the final notes of a beautiful song. In Buddhist teachings, death is not seen as the end, but as a doorway, a continuation, a transformation, a return. The body dissolves, the form falls away, but the energy moves on. The consciousness, no longer tethered to name or form, flows back into the great mystery. And though no one can say with certainty what that mystery contains, the teachings remind us to meet it not with fear, but with presence. The man found deep comfort in this. He didn't need to know where he would go. He only needed to live in such a way that, when the moment came, he would be ready to release. He would not cling. He would not beg for more time. He would bow. He often reflected that what truly mattered was not what came after death, but how one lived in preparation for it. Not in dread or denial, but in intimacy, in understanding that every moment is one step closer to that threshold. Every breath a rehearsal in letting go, and so he practiced letting go while still alive. Letting go of needing to be understood, letting go of being right, letting go of possessions, of roles, of expectations, even letting go of the idea that life owed him something. In doing so, death no longer felt like a thief. It felt like a natural progression. He once said, "The more I practice letting go, the less there is for death to take." There was a gentle wisdom in that. He didn't pretend not to be curious. He often wondered what it would feel like, that final breath, that final softening. Would there be light? Would there be silence? Would he notice the moment he passed, or would he simply dissolve? Like salt in water. But instead of trying to solve the mystery, he simply learned to live with it. In Zen, there is a practice of contemplating death daily, not morbidly, but mindfully, not to inspire fear, but to inspire presence, to remember that everything we love will one day change, that everything we hold will one day be released, and that, in remembering this, we do not become cold. We become tender, more grateful, more alive. The man found peace in this awareness. He did not see death as a punishment or a failure. He saw it as the final exhale, the return of breath to the sky, the last note in a melody that had been playing since birth. Sometimes he would sit with the instruments he had built, harpsichords, organs, the double bass he had painstakingly restored, and run his hands along their wood. He would think, long after I'm gone, this will remain. If cared for, it will still sing. That thought brought him immense comfort. He didn't need to live forever. He only needed to know that what he had made with love would continue to bring joy, that his presence would echo not in fame or monuments, but in the quiet resonance of a note played by hands not yet born. He had come to understand that legacy was not about being remembered. It was about what continues. And what continues, more than anything, is the quality of our presence, the energy we leave behind in the things we touched, the people we loved, the moments we lived fully. He no longer feared being forgotten. He knew he would be. In 100 years, perhaps no one would know his name, but that didn't matter, because somewhere, someone would hear a piece of music from an instrument he once restored and feel joy. Somewhere, someone would sip tea at a table he once built and feel at ease. Somewhere, someone would carry a gentleness he once offered and offer it again, and that was enough. He often reflected that perhaps we fear death not because we love life, but because we don't know how to live it. We rush through it, distracted, clinging, avoiding, numbing, and then, when the end draws near, we panic, realizing we never truly tasted the moments we were given. But if we can slow down, if we can let life touch us, shape us, soften us, then death becomes something different. Not a theft, but a passage. Not an ending, but a release. If tonight you are afraid of death, your own, or the loss of someone you love, may you pause. May you breathe. May you know that you are not alone in this wondering, that throughout time, people have sat with the same questions, the same mysteries, the same hush. And may you take comfort in this, that you do not need to solve the mystery. You only need to live in such a way that, when the time comes, you can let go with grace, with love, with peace, and perhaps, just perhaps, with a soft smile. There is something profoundly beautiful in the act of making, not for fame, not for wealth, not for recognition, but simply to create something that will outlive you, something that will carry your breath, your care, your intention long after your name has been forgotten. The man had lived this truth for decades. With his hands, he had built instruments, not mass-produced objects, but living, breathing vessels of sound. Harpsichords, organs, a rare double bass rescued from the edge of ruin. Each instrument was a meditation, a prayer in wood and string, a legacy not in words, but in vibration. He often said, "When I am gone, these will still sing." And that thought, soft as it was, gave him a quiet joy. Not pride, not vanity, just a sense of rightness, of having added something to the world that would not vanish with him. He knew his body would falter, his memories would fade, His name would eventually drift from the lips of those who knew him, but the music would remain. In Buddhist philosophy, this is the essence of karma, not just action, but the energy of intention that ripples beyond the moment. When you act with care, with love, with mindfulness, the impact of that act continues. Even if you never see the result, it flows outward, touching lives you will never meet. It becomes part of the great unfolding. The man did not build for applause. He built because it was his offering, his way of bowing to life, his way of saying, "Thank you for this breath. Let me use it well." Every curve carved, every string stretched, every surface polished, these were not tasks to be completed, but gestures of devotion. He was not just restoring instruments, he was restoring voice to something that had once sung and could sing again. He was bringing beauty back to the world, one slow movement at a time. In the way he worked, you could feel his presence, his patience, his reverence. He did not rush. He did not multitask. His hands moved with the rhythm of his breath, focused, calm, alive. There is a Zen saying, when you do something, do it so well that it leaves traces of your soul behind. The man lived this, not in grand gestures, but in the smallest of details. A joint fitted so precisely it needed no glue. A soundboard tuned not only by ear, but by feeling. A finish that caught the light just so. Those who played his instruments often said they could feel something different in them, as if they carried not just craftsmanship, but care. As if the instrument itself was alive, responsive, full of memory. And maybe, in a way, it was. Because when we pour our full attention into something, it becomes more than a thing. It becomes a vessel for presence, a mirror of the mind that shaped it. The man believed that what we make matters, but not only for others. It matters for us, because in the making, we become. His instruments were his teachers. They taught him patience when parts didn't align, humility when mistakes revealed themselves, perseverance when a project took months longer than planned. They taught him to listen not only to sound, but to silence, to feel the grain of the wood, to respond, not impose. He would often pause in the middle of work, not to rest, but to observe, to ask the wood what it needed, to let the material speak. He didn't force it into shape. He coaxed it, gently, the way a good teacher guides a student, the way a loving parent nurtures a child's gifts, rather than demanding they fit a mold. This was his practice, his meditation. Others might have seen it as just a job, but he knew it was more. It was how he met life, how he processed grief, how he touched the sacred without needing a temple. Each instrument was an altar, each task a ritual, and when he imagined the future, he did not picture monuments or memorials. He pictured someone, decades from now, sitting at one of his instruments, perhaps a young musician, discovering their first notes, or an old master, finding solace in familiar tones. He imagined them pressing a key, drawing a bow, creating sound, and never knowing his name. And that, to him, was perfect, because the point was never to be remembered. The point was to give something that would continue to give, to leave behind not a monument, but a movement. In Buddhist thought, this is known as paramita, the perfection of generosity. Not giving for reward, not giving with expectation, but giving because the heart overflows. Giving because to withhold would be a kind of forgetting. The man gave through his hands, through his time, through the care, embedded in every finished piece. And in doing so, he freed himself from the fear of death, because death cannot steal what is freely given. It cannot end what has already been released. He knew, too, that one day his own body would be placed in the ground or turned to ash, but he did not find sorrow in that, because what he loved, what he truly loved, would continue. The music, the motion, the hands of others continuing where his left off. There's a saying in the sutras, when the candle burns out, the flame is not lost, it passes to the next. He was not afraid of the candle burning low. He was only mindful of what kind of light it cast while it still burned. And so, he lit the world in quiet ways, with wood, with sound, with presence. If tonight you wonder whether your life matters, whether the small things you do have meaning, may you remember this. You are always leaving something behind. Every word, every action, every kindness, the energy you pour into your work, the love you give to your art, the attention you bring to your daily routines. They are not small. They are echoes. They are offerings. And one day, someone will be touched by something you created, even if they never know your name. Let that be enough. Let that be beautiful. Let that be your practice. Legacy, for many, is a grand idea, a name etched in stone, a statue in the square, a book passed down through generations. But for the man, legacy was never about being remembered. It was about what continued quietly. Without him, it was not about having a lasting identity. It was about the lasting ripples of care, of craft, of presence. Not fame, not permanence, but continuation. He didn't need others to know what he had made. He didn't long for his name to be spoken or his story to be told. In fact, the less attached he became to recognition, the freer he felt. He realized that the deepest offering one can make is the one given without seeking acknowledgement. That to give and then disappear is not a loss, it is a kind of purity. There is a saying in Zen, the snow falls, each flake in its place. No flake demands to be seen. No flake resists the melting. It simply lands, rests, and becomes part of something greater. The man saw himself this way, as one flake in a long, beautiful snowfall. Unique, yes, but not needing to be more than that. He knew that what he had created would continue to exist for some time. The instruments would play. The wood would resonate. The music would bloom in other people's hands. But he also knew that, eventually, even those would fade. They might be passed down, or not. They might be broken, lost, forgotten. That didn't trouble him, because he had already let go. He had built not for eternity, but for the present. Each instrument was made with full attention. Each moment of work was its own reward. The joy was in the doing. The legacy was in the sincerity. In the Dhammapada, the Buddha speaks of the wise person who builds their life as one might build a well-crafted home carefully, mindfully, with firm foundations. But unlike a home made of stone, the true structure left behind is invisible. It lives in how others feel when they step into your presence. It lives in how gently you spoke, how honestly you worked, how freely you gave. The man understood this deeply, and in understanding it, he allowed himself to be erased. Not erased in despair, but in grace. There was no need to mark the world with his identity. He preferred the kind of contribution that faded into the background, the way silence holds the space between notes, the way a hand supports without needing to be seen. He often reflected on how much human suffering comes from the need to be important, the hunger to matter, the fear of being forgotten. But he had learned, through years of quiet observation, that importance is a shifting illusion. What matters today may be dismissed tomorrow. What is praised in one generation may be forgotten in the next. And so he let go of importance. He replaced it with usefulness. And when usefulness faded, he replaced that too with love. There's a soft, enduring kind of love that expects nothing in return. It asks no recognition. It leaves no inscription. It simply moves through your actions, your tone, your breath. It is the kind of love the man poured into his work, the kind he poured into people, even when they didn't notice. Especially when they didn't notice. He believed that the things we do in secret, the things done without any hope of praise, are often the purest. A door held open without acknowledgement, a letter never sent but written with care, a meal prepared for someone who didn't even realize they were hungry. These, he felt, were the true expressions of a generous life. His relationship with his instruments mirrored this understanding. He never signed them. He never inscribed his name in their wood. To him, that would have felt like clinging. He didn't need the future to know who made them. What mattered was that they were made well. He trusted that sincerity leaves its own kind of signature, one that doesn't fade, even when the maker is forgotten. In Buddhist practice, we speak of anatta, non-self, the insight that there is no fixed identity, no permanent I at the core of our being. We are processes. We are change. And in embracing this truth, we loosen our grip on the need to be special, to stand apart, to endure. The man did not fear disappearing. In fact, he welcomed it. He believed that when we release the obsession with leaving a mark, we begin to live more fully. We become less concerned with how things will be remembered, and more present to how things are now. We stop sculpting our image and start giving our attention. This attention, this presence, became his quiet legacy. Those who spent time with him felt it, not as a performance, but as a kind of stillness. He was not trying to be anything. He was simply there with you, with his tools, with his breath. And in that deep presence, something shifted. The world became gentler. The moment became enough. Sometimes he would sit by the instruments he had built not to play them, but to listen, to feel their resonance, to know that they would speak again, in other hands, that someone, somewhere, would touch them and be touched in return. He didn't need to know who. He didn't need to witness it. It was enough to trust that the echo of his care would carry forward, that the goodness he had woven into his work would ripple into places he'd never see. If tonight you are struggling with your place in the world, with the fear of not doing enough, not being remembered, not leaving something behind, may you pause. May you take a breath and ask yourself gently, what am I offering? Not for applause, but from love. You don't have to build monuments. You don't have to be known. You only have to be sincere. Be kind in ways no one will see. Work with care, even when no one is watching. Speak softly to those who cannot repay you. And trust that this is enough. Because what truly lasts is not your name. It's the peace you leave behind. The warmth that lingers after you're gone. The feeling others carry without knowing why. Let that be your legacy. Let that be your quiet gift to the world. Sometimes, people ask, what is the meaning of life once usefulness fades? When the hands no longer build, the back no longer carries, the work is no longer needed. It is a quiet fear that rests in many hearts. This idea that our value is measured by what we produce, by how much we contribute, by how visible our actions are in the world. But the man, now, in his twilight years, had come to see it differently. Usefulness, he believed, is not a fixed condition. It evolves, it adapts, and sometimes its greatest form is not in action, but in being. There was a time when he, too, feared becoming irrelevant. He had watched friends retire only to fall into a kind of hollow sadness, not because they lacked money or freedom, but because they no longer felt needed. Their identities had been bound to their professions, their productivity, their purpose, as defined by output. And when that fell away, so did their sense of self. But the man had prepared for this, not by clinging to work, but by practicing presence. He knew that value does not vanish with age. It transforms. In Buddhist teachings, there is deep respect for the elder, not because they are productive in the worldly sense, but because their presence is a vessel of ripened insight, the fruit of lived experience. Their stillness is not emptiness, it is spaciousness. And in that space, others may rest, others may learn, others may see themselves more clearly. The man had become a mirror, not by intention, but by quiet example. People came to visit him, not to seek instruction, but to feel something rare, unhurried attention, the kind of attention that asks nothing in return, that simply listens, that welcomes, that holds space without judgment. He did not offer advice unless asked. He did not speak in riddles or teachings, but when he was present, he was fully present. His eyes did not flicker to a phone. His thoughts did not drift to the next task. He had learned how to be with others, something many people never master, even in a lifetime. Sometimes, the most generous act is simply to sit with someone in silence, to bear witness to their joy, their pain, their confusion, without trying to fix it. He did this effortlessly, and in doing so, he remained deeply useful, not in the way society measures, but in the way the heart knows. He had come to understand that being of use is not always about action. Sometimes, it is about quality of presence. A calm person in a stormy room changes the atmosphere. A kind word spoken softly can shift a day. A single act of patience can ripple across lives. He remembered once sitting on a bench as a young father nearby grew frustrated with his crying child. The man said nothing. He simply made eye contact with the father, smiled gently, and nodded. And, in that moment, something softened. The father breathed, held his child differently. No words were exchanged, but something shifted. A reminder passed between them. It's okay. You're not failing. You're just human. These moments, the man believed, were the true fabric of life. Not the grand accomplishments, but the invisible offerings, the small graces, the ways we hold each other without needing to be seen doing it. As he aged, he grew more spacious, less attached, less inclined to prove or persuade. He had no need to win arguments or impress anyone. He had seen how tightly people cling to being right and how exhausting it is. He had let it go. In doing so, he discovered something sweeter than winning peace. There's a Japanese aesthetic called wabi-sabi, the beauty of things imperfect, impermanent, and incomplete. The man embodied this. His hands were weathered, his back slightly hunched, his days slower than they once were. But there was a glow to him, not of youth, but of gentleness, of acceptance, of having shed the unnecessary. In Buddhism, this is the flowering of wisdom, not sharp and shining, but soft and luminous. A kind of quiet knowing that doesn't seek the spotlight, but still warms the room. He had learned, too, that the most nourishing presence often comes from those who have suffered deeply, and he had suffered the loss of children, the ache of solitude, the slow surrender of physical strength. But instead of becoming bitter, he had become tender, like a tree shaped by wind. He had bent but not broken, and in bending, he had grown wise. He often thought of his usefulness now, not as doing, but as being with pain, being with uncertainty, being with others, not rushing to fill silence, but trusting it, not offering solutions, but companionship. And in this, he remained deeply relevant, because, in a world that rushes, his slowness was a balm. In a world that demands, his patience was a gift. In a world that shouts, his silence was profound. He believed that old age was not a failure of the body, but a refining of the soul, a gradual distillation, the way a pot of tea steeps deeper as it sits. He had steeped long in the water of life, and though he was no longer boiling, he was richly infused. If tonight you are feeling as though your usefulness has faded, as though your contributions are behind you, may you take heart. May you remember that presence is enough, that your worth is not in what you produce, but in how you live, how you see, how you care. You do not need to move mountains. You do not need to be known. You only need to remain open, to notice, to listen, to love in small, consistent ways. That, too, is usefulness, and perhaps the most important kind. He had often reflected on the strange relationship people have with wealth, not just coins or notes, but the entire machinery of accumulation, the craving for more, the fear of less, the endless chase for security wrapped in numbers. It wasn't that money, in itself, was evil. He had never believed that. Money was a tool, useful, necessary, even. It could build hospitals or fuel wars. It could nourish a village or feed a single man's hunger for dominance. But it was never the money that caused the damage. It was the mind clinging to it. In his youth, he had known people who possessed great wealth, men and women who lived in sprawling homes, filled with the finest things. Their kitchens gleamed with machines. Their calendars overflowed with engagements. Their garages held silent cars polished to perfection. Yet often, behind those walls, he saw a kind of restlessness, a quiet anxiety, an invisible fear of loss. And he had known people who had little, yet smiled more, who shared what they had with ease, who carried their lives like a well-worn coat, not heavy, not stiff, but soft with age and use. He began to wonder what the true difference was. It wasn't in the things, it was in the holding. The Buddha taught that suffering arises not from what we have or don't have, but from our attachment. To cling is to suffer. To grasp at permanence in a world made of change is to guarantee pain. The man had seen this again and again, not just in others, but in himself. He remembered times when he had clung to people, to dreams, to expectations, and he remembered the weight of it. The way clinging turned joy into fear, the way it clouded the moment with a haze of what if. With time, he learned to let go, not to give up, but to loosen, to soften his grip. He learned to hold things the way one holds a butterfly, lightly, so that it may rest, but fly when it's time. And in doing so, he discovered something astonishing. When you stop chasing more, what you already have begins to shine. His kitchen, bare by modern standards, had become a kind of sanctuary. No flashing machines, no digital displays, just a stove, a sink, a table, and light streaming in through the window. It was enough. More than enough. It was beautiful. The simplicity of it soothed him. There was no noise of gadgets, no clutter of unused tools, only space. Space to move, space to breathe, space to see. There is a Japanese concept called ma, the space between things. It is the pause in music, the gap in architecture, the breath in conversation. It is not empty, but alive with possibility. His home had ma. His life had ma. And in that space, he found peace. Sometimes people would visit and ask, "But don't you need more?" He would smile gently. Need is a word we've forgotten how to use properly. He would say, "We confuse it with want. We save a need, a new phone, a better car, a bigger house. But often, what we truly need is silence, presence, a little less." He wasn't preaching. He wasn't trying to convert anyone to his way of life. But he had discovered something through experience, that excess often dulls the senses, that too much noise muffles the heart, that when we fill every corner, we lose the joy of discovering what's already there. He would sit at his table with a simple meal bread, fruit, a cup of tea, and feel deeply nourished, not because of the ingredients, but because of the awareness he brought to the moment. He chewed slowly, drank mindfully, gave thanks, not out loud, but in the way he bowed his head slightly before the first bite. And in that gesture was a kind of wealth no currency could match. True wealth, he believed, was the ability to enjoy without needing to own, to admire without needing to possess, to walk through a forest and feel rich simply because you noticed the sound of leaves, the scent of moss, the way light filtered through the branches. He didn't deny that we need certain things to live. Food, shelter, medicine. These are real needs. But he saw how, beyond a certain point, more did not equal better. In fact, more often equaled burden. More to maintain, more to clean, more to lose. There is a Zen koan that says, "When you get the message, hang up the phone." He had taken this to heart. He didn't collect. He didn't hoard. When something no longer served its purpose, he let it go. And in doing so, he felt lighter, freer, more available to the present. He often told younger friends, "Don't be afraid of not having. Be afraid of needing too much." And he would tell them gently, not with severity, but with the kindness of someone who had walked the path and seen both sides. He wasn't against comfort. He wasn't against beauty. He simply understood that their power faded when taken for granted. Sometimes he would sit with an old wooden spoon in his hand, one he had used for decades, and feel as though he were holding the very soul of his kitchen. It was not fancy, but it had stirred hundreds of meals, had been passed between laughter and silence, had lived in his hand as a kind of companion. That, to him, was richness. He believed that when we simplify, we do not lose. We reveal. We see more clearly. We hear more deeply. We become more intimate with our lives. And in that intimacy, joy arises not because everything is perfect, but because we are finally awake to what is. If tonight you are feeling overwhelmed by the weight of too much, too many things, too many tasks, too many voices telling you what you need, may you pause. May you breathe. May you ask softly, "What can I release?" And may you trust that in letting go, you are not becoming less, you are becoming lighter, you are becoming freer, you are becoming more able to love what remains. Because what remains, when all the excess is stripped away, is enough. It always has been. There's a strange quiet that settles in as we grow older, not the quiet of loneliness, nor the quiet of absence, but a kind of spaciousness, a clearing, as if life, in its infinite wisdom, begins to pull away the noise we once thought we needed, the opinions, the judgments, the distractions, and in its place offers us a deeper kind of silence, a silence not empty, but full of wisdom. He had come to cherish this quiet. Once, like so many, he had cared deeply about what others thought of him. As a young man, he remembered standing in front of mirrors, adjusting his clothes, worrying if he looked foolish. He remembered the way his heart would flutter when someone looked at him too long or not at all. Approval felt like air. Without it, he wasn't sure he could breathe. But time is a kind teacher. Over the years, the opinions that once seemed so loud began to fade. Not because people stopped judging, people always judge, but because their judgments no longer landed. They passed over him like birds in the sky, seen, acknowledged, but not held. He had stopped measuring himself by other people's standards. He no longer sought their validation. And in that release, he discovered an unexpected richness, peace. It's a lesson taught in the Buddhist path again and again, the suffering that comes from attachment to identity, from craving praise and fearing blame. The 8 worldly winds. They are called gain and loss, praise and blame, fame and disrepute, pleasure and pain. To be tossed about by them is to live in constant turbulence, but to see them for what they are, temporary, insubstantial, is to find stillness amidst the storm. The man had weathered those winds. He had been praised, and he had been criticized. There were times when his work was admired, and times when it was dismissed. People had called him eccentric, odd, even outdated. And once, those words had stung. But now, they barely grazed the surface. He had come to realize what people see in you says more about them than it does about you. And more importantly, he no longer needed to be understood. That may seem like a small thing, but it is a kind of liberation. When you stop needing others to understand you, you can rest more deeply in yourself. You no longer contort to fit expectations. You no longer hide your truth for the sake of comfort. You become simple, whole, untangled. He remembered once being asked in an interview, "How would you like to be remembered?" And he had smiled gently. "I wouldn't mind not being remembered at all." Not because he didn't care, but because he had come to value presence over legacy, buying over image. He had spent a life carving wood into song, and in the process, had carved himself into stillness. He didn't need a statue. He didn't need a story. He only needed to meet each day with sincerity. There is a Zen parable about a monk who, upon reaching great insight, laughed. When asked what he had realized, he said, "I was never lost. I was just busy looking for myself in other people's eyes." That was the man's journey. He stopped searching for his reflection in the gaze of others. He found it instead in the warmth of sunlight through his window, in the creak of wood under his feet, in the taste of tea on an ordinary afternoon. He stopped asking, "Do they see me?" and began asking, "Am I seeing clearly?" He had also learned to let others be as they are. In his younger years, he had often felt the need to correct others, to persuade them, to argue his truth. Now, he simply listened. He saw that everyone was on their own path, walking through their own fog, learning in their own time. There was no need to rush them, no need to be right. Compassion had taken the place of control. This is maturity not measured by age, but by the space we offer others to be themselves. He had stopped trying to impress. He had stopped trying to explain. He had stopped trying to convince. Instead, he had begun to simply be. And this being was not passive, it was luminous. Like a lantern that offers light without demanding attention. Like a mountain that stands not to be admired, but because it is its nature to stand. People often think that aging is a loss. The loss of beauty, of relevance, of power. But the man saw it differently. To him, aging was an unveiling, a slow stripping away of what was never truly needed. And beneath it all, something softer remained, something truer, something he had been all along. He laughed more now, not loud, boastful laughter, but the quiet kind. Like a stream chuckling over stones, he found joy in the absurd, in the way his knees popped when he stood, in the way people still tried to fix him, even though he had no desire to be fixed. He didn't resist aging. He bowed to it. In the Buddhist tradition, the image of the old monk is revered, not because he is powerful, but because he is peaceful, because he has faced impermanence and bowed, because he has seen through the illusion of self and smiled, because he walks gently, speaks slowly, and radiates a kind of knowing that cannot be taught, only lived. The man had become such a monk, even without the robes. Ead no temple. His altar was a workbench. His practice was sanding wood. His prayer was silence. And in this quiet, he met life fully. If tonight you are aching from the sting of judgment, if someone's words have made you shrink, or you find yourself twisting to be liked, to be approved of, may you breathe. May you remember that your worth is not up for debate, that your truth does not require validation. You are not here to be understood by everyone. You are here to live gently, to offer kindness, to walk your path with presence. Let them call you eccentric. Let them not understand. Let them look and look away. And let yourself be free. Because true peace is not in being seen. It's in seeing clearly and resting there without apology. There's a peculiar fear that stirs in the hearts of many as the years stretch on. It's not the fear of death. Not exactly. It's something quieter, more subtle. The fear of living too long, of outlasting usefulness, of being present in body, yet absent in purpose. And this fear, unlike the dramatic anxieties of youth, comes not with noise, but with a kind of still dread, like a room that echoes, because it has been emptied of furniture and laughter. The man had thought about this often, not in a morbid way, but in a contemplative one. He had watched people around him reach the later stages of life with bodies intact, yet souls slowly fading, not because they lacked strength, but because they no longer felt they mattered. They were no longer needed, no longer seen, no longer called upon. Their days became repetitions. Their hands, once skillful, grew idle, and their hearts began to sink under the weight of invisibility. He did not want that. He did not want to remain in the world merely as a form. He did not wish to become a ghost while still breathing. And so he had long ago made peace with the idea that when his time came, when he could no longer contribute, when his presence no longer offered warmth or care, he would be ready to go. This was not spoken with bitterness, nor with haste. It was not a rejection of life, but a deep bow to its natural rhythm. To him, life had always been about meaningful presence. When presence no longer carried meaning, it became just endurance. And he had never wanted to merely endure. In Buddhist philosophy, we often speak of impermanence, not just as an idea, but as the very fabric of reality. Everything arises, exists for a time, and then fades. Flowers bloom and wither. Moons wax and wane. Bodies grow strong, then frail. Even mountains, in their silent majesty, crumble, grain by grain. To resist this truth is to suffer, to accept it is to awaken. And so the man lived with a gentle eye on impermanence, not to dread it, but to remain grateful. Every day was a gift not promised. Every morning, breath was a whisper of grace. And because he knew it could end at any moment, he treated each moment with reverence. He did not fear death. He feared only the slow decay of meaning. This too, he understood, was a kind of clinging, to want life to remain purposeful forever, to crave impact, even in decline. But he also knew that letting go meant releasing even that. There may come a day, he often mused, when I cannot lift a tool, when my hands tremble too much to hold a cup, when my words blur, when my thoughts slow to a crawl. And on that day, if it comes, I hope I will meet it with gratitude, not because I desire it, but because I have already lived richly. He remembered a teaching he once read from the Buddha. Just as a snake sheds its skin, let go of what no longer serves. It echoed in him, again and again. Let go of strength. Let go of identity. Let go of the desire to be useful. Let go of even the desire to let go. The old man did not see aging as a slow loss. He saw it as a deeper retreat into essency, a falling away of what was never really him. The ambition, the pride, the need to prove, all of it, just layers. And now, as he moved closer to the final chapters, he felt lighter, not because life was easier, but because he carried less. Sometimes he would sit quietly in the afternoon light and think, if I should die tomorrow, would anything be left unfinished? And the answer, increasingly, was no. Not because he had completed some grand list, but because he had loved enough, he had listened enough, he had left a gentle trail behind him, not one of noise or fame, but of peace. And peace, he believed, was the greatest legacy. He often shared this with younger friends, not in lectures, but in stories. He would tell them, don't fear dying. Fear not living fully. Fear walking through your days without noticing the sky. Fear forgetting to be kind. Fear chasing so much that you forget to rest in what is. He had seen people cling so tightly to life that they forgot how to live it. They were so obsessed with avoiding death that they avoided presence, so preoccupied with health that they forgot joy. He didn't want to live forever. He wanted to live well and then go, like a candle that has burned its full length, having offered warmth and light, leaving behind only the faint scent of wax and a memory of glow. He believed that the obsession with longevity, this desire to extend life at any cost, was often rooted in fear. Fear of disappearing, fear of being forgotten, fear of facing the unknown. But to the man, the unknown was not an enemy. It was simply the next room. He imagined death not as a door slamming shut, but as a soft curtain pulled aside. What lay beyond it? He did not know. He didn't need to. It was enough to have lived in such a way that he could meet it with open hands, not clenched fists. And if tonight you are afraid of time passing, afraid of aging, afraid of becoming irrelevant, may this message be your balm. You are not here to live forever. You are here to live deeply. to notice the way your breath moves, to feel the softness in another's voice, to give while you can, to rest when it's time. And when that time comes, when the body grows still, and the last breath leaves gently like a bird from a branch, may you go not with resistance, but with grace, knowing you have offered what you could, knowing you have loved, and knowing that nothing beautiful is ever truly lost. There is something quietly profound about the work of the hands, not in the grand gestures or masterpieces, but in the slow, attentive touch that repairs, restores, revives. The man had always loved working with his hands, not out of ambition, but out of communion. His tools were not just instruments of labor, but companions. His workshop, though small, had become a sacred space, and within it, each object carried a story, each scratch and stain whispered of care. Among these, there was one instrument that had captured his soul, a broken 18th century double bass, neglected and declared irreparable by skilled luthiers elsewhere. To many, it was too far gone, a relic of sound, silenced beyond revival. But he did not see only what was broken. He saw what remained. He saw the possibility of restoration, not of perfection, but of dignity. So he took it on, not because he needed to prove anything, not because anyone asked him to, but because something in him recognized the beauty of quiet resurrection. Each day, he would enter his workshop and greet the bass, not as a problem to fix, but as a friend to listen to. He traced the cracks with his fingertips, not in frustration, but in reverence. He sanded gently, glued with care, waited for things to settle, to bond, to breathe. It was not a task, it was a meditation. And as the weeks turned to months, the instrument slowly returned, not to its former glory, but to a kind of new presence, weathered, wiser, yet still capable of song. One afternoon, as he tightened the final string and drew the bow across it, a deep, trembling note filled the room. It wasn't perfect. It wavered slightly, but it sang, and in that sound, something within him settled. He looked at the instrument and quietly said, "Now we are both whole." To many, it would seem like a small moment, but to the man, it was a kind of grace. There is a story in Zen of a broken bowl, glued back together with gold. The Japanese call this kintsugi, the art of mending broken things with precious metal, highlighting the cracks instead of hiding them. The philosophy behind it is clear. What is broken is not ruined. It is simply changed. And in that change, there is beauty. The man understood this deeply, not just with instruments, but with life itself. He, too, had cracks, losses that left splinters in his heart, griefs that never fully healed, regrets that still echoed faintly at night. But he did not try to erase them. He did not pretend they never happened. Instead, he let them shape him, let them soften his edges, let them remind him of the sacredness of care. To repair something is to love it again. To mend what others discard is an act of devotion. And so, in his work, he had found more than purpose. He had found redemption. Buddhism teaches that we are all like broken vessels. No one is untouched by suffering. No one escapes the cracks of time. But enlightenment is not found in becoming flawless. It is found in becoming present with our imperfections, our wounds, or unfinished songs. In this way, every repair is a practice, every moment of patience, every careful hand that chooses to mend rather than discard is a meditation on compassion. The man didn't rush. He had long ago abandoned the tyranny of speed. Instead, he honored the slowness of craft. He believed that to restore something properly, one must first sit with it, understand its history, accept its story. Only then can the healing begin. And isn't that true of people too? So many are quick to discard what is cracked in themselves or in others. But healing takes time, attention, kindness, and more than anything, belief that what is broken can still carry music. He sometimes thought of his own body this way, once strong and nimble, now slower, stiffer, yet still capable of beauty, of offering, of quiet strength. The joints ached, the hands trembled a little more each year, but the heart had grown steadier, the eyes had softened, the breath had deepened. He no longer sought to be sharp, he sought to be whole. And in this quest for wholeness, not perfection, he had found peace. One evening, a visitor came to see him, a young musician, discouraged by failure, on the verge of giving up. The man didn't offer advice. He simply placed the double bass in the musician's hands and nodded. "Play." The young man hesitated, then drew the bow. The instrument responded deep, rich, imperfect, and something shifted in the musician's face. Tears welled, not from sadness, but recognition. "You fixed it," the young man said softly. The old man shook his head. "No, I listened." That was all he needed to say. Because true repair begins with listening, not to what we want something to be, but to what it truly is. If tonight you feel broken, or tired, or beyond repair, if life has weathered you with loss, disappointment, or weariness, may you remember this: your cracks do not diminish you. They are the places through which light enters. You are not a project. You are a poem in revision. You are not ruined. You are resting, and in time, with care, with breath, with presence, you will sing again. There is a peculiar ache that visits those who have lived long enough. It is not the ache of the body, though the body certainly speaks its language, nor is it the ache of regret, though memories sometimes wander into shadows. No, this ache is quieter, deeper. It is the ache of impermanence, the ache that comes when one realizes that everything we love, everything we hold, will one day slip from our hands. The man had known this ache well. He had come to know it not through books or philosophy, but through silence, the kind that descends after loss. He had lost two sons, both in the fullness of life, both when their voices were still rising toward the sky, not fading into the earth. One was 31, the other 32. There are no tidy words for such grief, no rituals that fully touch the hollow that remains. At first, it felt as if time itself had broken. There was the moment before their absence, and the endless moments after. He would sit at his table and see their faces in his tea, hear their laughter, in the creak of a floorboard, smell their childhood, in the scent of old wood and summer rain. They were everywhere, and yet nowhere. He did not try to escape it. He simply breathed into it, again and again, because that was all he could do. In Buddhism, we speak of dukkha, the unsatisfactoriness of life, the sorrow woven into even the most beautiful moments. We are taught not to turn away from this, but to face it with the steady gaze of compassion. Pain is not a failure. Grief is not a mistake. They are part of the human fabric threads, no less sacred than joy or hope. And so, he made space for grief. He did not rush to heal it. He did not seek to move on. As people often say, he moved with it, walked beside it, let it unfold in its own time. Some days, he wept, not loudly, not dramatically, just quietly, in the way old trees sometimes weep sap, gently, without asking for anything. He found solace in simple things, in the sound of a distant bird call, in the feel of morning sun warming the back of his hand, in the way his breath, though heavy with sorrow, still continued, soft and faithful. One day, while watching the leaves fall, he whispered to no one in particular, "Even this pain is impermanent." Not to dismiss it, but to hold it lightly, because everything passes, even grief. Not because we forget, but because the heart, like the ocean, finds a way to hold the storm without drowning in it. He had never stopped loving his sons. Their absence had not made their presence vanish. If anything, it had deepened it. They were now part of the silence between his thoughts, part of the rhythm of his hands as he worked, part of the gentleness in his voice when he spoke to others in pain. "I don't understand what happened to them," he would say to friends, "and I don't need to." He did not try to dress mystery with certainty. He did not claim to know what lies beyond death, but he believed, with a quiet conviction, that nothing loved is ever truly lost, that the soul, whatever that might mean, moves beyond the body, not in grand visions, but in subtle continuations, a gesture, a memory, a vibration that lingers in a room long after a song has ended. He often thought of the instruments he built, how they would outlive him, how someone, decades or even centuries from now, might draw a bow across one of his strings and feel something stir. Not his ego, but his presence, his care, his listening. In this way, his sons, too, had become part of his work. Every time he offered kindness to another, every time he mended something fragile, every time he paused to breathe with someone's pain, they were there, not as ghosts, but as love, unseen, but not unfelt. In the Buddhist tradition, there is a saying, "When the student is ready, the teacher appears." When the heart is ready, grief becomes the teacher. Grief had taught him the fragility of things, and also their beauty. It had taught him that to love is to risk shattering, but to never love is to never truly live. He had stopped asking, "Why them?" and started asking, "How can I honor them?" Not with grand gestures, but with presence. He honored them by living simply, by tending to beauty, by sitting in silence with others who grieved, He never offered advice to the grieving, only space, only stillness, only the comfort of shared humanity. And sometimes that was more than enough. People often asked him how he endured the loss. And he would say, "I didn't endure it. I allowed it." There is a difference. To endure is to brace against. To allow is to soften into. And that softening had made him stronger than any stoic armor ever could. If tonight you are aching with loss, if someone you loved has slipped beyond the veil, and your chest feels heavy with absence, may you know this: you are not alone. Your grief is not a burden, it is an offering. It is proof that you have loved deeply, that your heart has opened, that you dared to let someone in. And though they are no longer here in form, they have not disappeared. They are in your breath. They are in your silence. They are in the soft, brave way you continue to live. May you allow your sorrow to sit beside you like an old friend. May you let it speak. And when it falls quiet, may you place your hand gently on your chest and whisper, "Thank you." Not because it is over, but because you have the courage to feel. And that, too, is love. In the quiet hours of the night, when the world softens and everything becomes still, there is often a question that drifts through the mind like a cloud across the moon. What happens when we die? It's a question older than language, deeper than thought, and as natural as the breath that carries it. We try to answer it in books, in stories, in sacred texts, but no answer is ever final. No truth is ever full. And so, the question remains, not as a riddle to solve, but as a mystery to rest into. The man had carried that question for decades, not with fear, but with curiosity. It did not weigh him down. It did not disturb his peace. Rather, it hovered gently in the background of his days, like a soft melody that never quite ended. He had never pretended to know the answer. He had never claimed certainty, but he had felt deeply, quietly, that death was not a disappearance, but a transformation. There are things we understand, and there are things we will never understand. The wise ones have always reminded us of this. The Tao that can be named is not the eternal Tao. The Buddha said we should not speculate on what lies beyond, not because it isn't important, but because it distracts us from the living moment. We cannot grasp what is beyond this life until we have fully entered into this one. Still, the man had his thoughts, not theories, but intuitions. He believed that consciousness, like a candle's flame, does not vanish when the wax is gone. It changes form. Perhaps it flickers into another candle. Perhaps it merges with something vast. Perhaps it simply fades into silence. But never, he felt, does it simply end. He often thought of the instruments he built: harpsichords, violins, organs, some of them still being played decades later, their creators long gone, their names forgotten, and yet their sounds remain. Notes drifting into rooms that had never known their hands. Music breathing through fingers not their own. "If I've made a good instrument," he once said softly, "it will still be used after I'm gone. It will outlive me." That's comforting. Not because he needed to be remembered, but because he trusted that his care would carry forward. that something of his presence, his attention, his devotion would ripple beyond his form, not as legacy, but as quiet continuation. He believed that everything leaves an imprint, a kindness, a glance, a breath, a silence shared. These small things do not vanish. They settle into the fabric of the world, invisible yet enduring, like dew on a leaf, like the scent of incense long after the smoke has faded. And so he lived each day, not in fear of death, but in quiet reverence for life. He tended to what was here, now, the texture of wood, the curve of a note, the way light fell through the window at midday. He did not seek escape. He sought embodiment. If we fear death, the Buddha once said, it is because we have not fully learned how to live. The man had learned, not through achievement or fame, but through presence. He had learned to meet each moment as it was, to sit with silence without needing to fill it, to gaze at the moon without needing to name it, to love without needing to hold. This, perhaps, is the truest preparation for death, to live in such a way that nothing is left unsaid, no kindness withheld, no joy postponed, no beauty unnoticed. He did not plan his funeral. He did not write his epitaph. He simply lived as though the next breath was not guaranteed, and found, in that fragility, the fullness of peace. Some might call that surrender, but to him, it was trust. He trusted the mystery. He trusted that life knew what it was doing. He trusted that when the time came, he would go not with resistance, but with grace. Let me go when I'm no longer useful, he had said with a smile. When my music is done, let me rest. Not because he was tired of life, but because he honored its rhythm. He had seen what happened when people clung too tightly to youth, to health, to control. And he had seen how much suffering came from that grasping. So he chose a different path, the middle way. Not indulgence, not denial, but balance, acceptance, a soft, open palm. If you are afraid of death, he would say, do not look for answers. Look for presence. Be here. Breathe. Listen. Touch the earth. Touch another heart. In doing so, death will no longer seem like a thief, but a natural part of the unfolding. He once met a monk who told him, death is just the end of one breath and the beginning of another. And he believed that, not literally, but spiritually, the spirit does not need to survive to be real. It needs only to be felt. And in the stillness of night, the man often felt something beyond words. A sense of vastness, a presence that needed no name. Was it God? Was it emptiness? Was it the echo of his sons? Or the soul of the world? He did not know, and he did not need to know. He simply bowed his head and whispered, thank you. That was enough. If tonight you are lying in the dark, afraid of the unknown, afraid of what comes after this breath, this day, this life, may this message soften you. You are not alone in your questions. You are not strange for wondering. You are human, and it is beautiful to wonder. But you do not need to answer everything. You only need to be here, to touch life fully, to give love freely, to receive beauty without hesitation. And when the time comes, may you go, not with fear, but with a quiet smile, knowing that you were never truly separate, that you were always part of something vast, and that nothing real can ever be lost. There is something beautiful about the things that continue after we stop. A kind of grace lives in knowing that the warmth we offered, the care we shaped with our hands, the compassion we poured into the world, can keep flowing, even when we are no longer here to witness it. The man often found comfort in this. He didn't fear the end of his breath because he trusted the echo of his presence, not as a person, not as a name, but as a quiet thread in the vast tapestry of life. He had built instruments with care and patience. He had smoothed the curves of wood not to impress, but to invite music. He had listened to the silence between notes and shaped it into something that could sing. And now, long after his fingers had let go of the tools, his instruments would remain, if not forever, then long enough to carry something of his tenderness forward. And he knew that, in truth, this was legacy, not fame, not monuments, not accolades, but continuity, the soft continuation of kindness, the way a good meal can be remembered long after the table is cleared, the way laughter lingers in the walls of a home, the way a song, once played, can echo through generations. This thought gave him peace. Many people, he had observed, lived in fear of being forgotten. They chased relevance, clung to identity, built structures around their name. But he had no such need. He had nothing to prove, nothing to protect, because he had given freely, because he had loved deeply, because he had been here truly, fully, humbly. In the teachings of the Buddha, there is a recognition that all conditioned things are impermanent. But within that impermanence is a kind of miracle. Every act of compassion creates a ripple. Every mindful step leaves a subtle print. We do not have to remain for our presence to endure. The man often said, "When I stop, the things I love will not stop." And there was truth in that. The joy he passed on, the gentleness he modeled, the presence he shared, these things do not die. They transform. They move through others. They become part of the unseen fabric that holds the world together. A child who watched him listen with kindness might grow up to listen the same way. A friend who saw him give without need might one day offer the same gift to someone else. A stranger who heard his music might cry without knowing why, and in that tear, healing would begin. This is how the heart travels, not by monument, but by memory, not by permanence, but by resonance. And in this, the man found the deepest form of peace. He knew that someday he would die, but he also knew that what truly mattered never had to. Each of us, he believed, was like a drop of water falling into a great river. We do not vanish. We merge. We flow. We become part of something larger, something timeless. And perhaps that is the greatest comfort of all, that we never really disappear. We only change form. As he aged, he found himself thinking less and less about what's next and more about what's now. The sound of birds at dawn, the smell of old books, the feel of cool water on his hands, the silence of evening. These things became sacred, not because they were rare, but because he noticed them. This attention, he believed, was his final offering, not the instruments, Not the words, not the things he had fixed or the objects he had created, but his presence, the way he walked slowly, the way he looked at you when you spoke, the way he listened, not to reply, but to understand. This is how he hoped to be remembered, not as someone who did great things, but as someone who was truly there. In Buddhism, this is known as mindfulness, but not as a technique, not as a practice we do once or twice a day. It is a way of being, a way of dwelling in the world with open eyes, open heart, open breath, to be so fully alive that your life becomes your teaching, and when that life ends, the teaching continues, not in books, but in people, in moments, in the pause before someone speaks, in the silence that allows a tear to fall, in the breath that steadies a shaking hand. He had lived that way, and now, as his days began to slow, he felt no need to rush, no need to leave behind instructions or declarations. He trusted the wind to carry what mattered. He trusted life to remember what was true. And so, he sat, often alone, but never lonely, because solitude had become his companion, silence had become his teacher, and the space between breaths had become his sanctuary. If you are wondering how to live well, how to leave something behind without clinging, perhaps this is it. Love what is in front of you. Care for what passes through your hands. Listen more than you speak. Let go when it's time, and trust that what is real in you, what is gentle, wise, and kind will not be lost. It will remain, not as a statue or a story, but as a tone in the great music of the world. You may never hear that note, but someone will, somewhere, and in that hearing, you will be remembered, not by name, but by presence, by peace, by love. The man often pondered the strange obsession we seem to have with longevity, a kind of modern myth, quietly whispered, yet loudly pursued, the belief that the longer we live, the better, that stretching out our time somehow stretches our meaning. But he did not share this pursuit. In fact, he found it puzzling. Why are people so afraid of reaching the end, he once murmured, half to himself. Why is everyone so determined to stay, no matter what shape they're in, no matter how tired their soul has become? He wasn't ungrateful for his years. Far from it. Every wrinkle, every grey strand, every softening muscle was a mark of sacred passage. But he had no desire to live forever, no craving for endless years. What mattered to him was not how long he lived, but how deeply he lived while he was here. This is something many people miss. They run after longevity like a mirage. They stretch life out like elastic, fearful of letting go. They collect pills, procedures, promises. They mistake extension for essence. But the man, in his gentle clarity, saw things differently. He believed that life, like music, must have an end, that without a final note, the melody would lose its shape. The Buddha spoke of clinging, how our attachments, even to life itself, can become suffering. We cling to youth, to identity, to health, to breath, and in that clinging, we lose the sacredness of each moment. We become afraid not of death, but of missing out. And so, in trying not to lose life. We stop living it. The man had no interest in clinging. He loved his life. Yes, but he was not bound to it. His hands, though skillful, did not grasp. His heart, though full, did not hoard. He had already let go of so many things: ambition, possessions, the need to be understood, and he knew that death would simply ask for one more letting go. And he would answer it, as he always had, with softness. There was something powerful in that. To die, not with fear, but with readiness. To recognize that life is not a race to prolong, but a dance to be felt, deeply and wholly, until the music fades. And when the silence comes, to bow in gratitude. "I'm terrified of living too long," he said once, not with bitterness, but with honesty, not because I don't love being alive, but because I don't want to outlive my usefulness. This was the heart of his fear, not death itself, but the loss of service, the feeling of becoming a burden rather than a blessing, a spectator rather than a participant. He had spent his entire life finding meaning in offering to people, to sound, to silence. The thought of being unable to give, that was what unsettled him. In Buddhist thought, there is great value in usefulness, not in a transactional sense, but in the sense of contribution. A leaf falling nourishes the soil. A candle burning lights another. A life lived in mindfulness serves the whole. And when that service is complete, we bow and step away. He had already practiced this many times, letting go of projects when the time came, letting go of people when their paths diverged, letting go of opinions when they no longer served clarity, letting go of roles, identities, expectations. Each act of release was a preparation. Each soft surrender was a rehearsal for the final one. And so, when he spoke of reaching his sell-by date, it was not with despair, but with calm amusement. When I'm no longer needed, he'd say, when I can no longer serve, then I'm ready. There's a Zen koan that asks, what happens when the candle goes out? And the master replies, the room is still warm. That's how he saw it. That warmth, that presence, lingers long after the form has vanished. His concern was not with how long the candle burned, but how brightly, how clearly, how lovingly. And this is something we can all take to heart. Instead of trying to outlast time, can we instead try to meet it, to greet each year, not with denial, but with reverence, to accept that aging is not a failure, but a flowering, to see that usefulness is not measured in productivity, but in presence, to recognize that the most powerful offering we can make is our attention, our kindness, our care. If you fear growing old, if the lines on your face feel like a countdown, if your joints ache and your energy fades, and you wonder who you are becoming, may this message find you gently. You are not fading. You are refining. You are not being emptied. You are being hollowed into something sacred. The world does not need you to be youthful. It needs you to be true. It needs the wisdom that only age can bring. It needs the steadiness that only time can teach. It needs your softness, your depth, your quiet courage, and When the time comes, when your body has done all it can, when your breath grows thin, when your eyes close, not in fear, but in trust, may you go as the man did, without regret, without resistance, without needing more time, because you gave your time well, because you lived, not for length, but for love, because you saw that usefulness was never in what you did alone, but in how you were kind, curious, awake. So tonight, if you find yourself clinging to youth, to relevance, to tomorrow, let go. Breathe into this moment. This one is enough. You are enough. You do not have to last forever, to matter. You only have to be here. There is a stillness that only comes at the end of something. A silence that does not demand to be filled, but simply exists, soft, expansive, and complete. The man had come to know this stillness intimately, not just in moments of quiet solitude, but in the deep and final understanding that when life has reached its natural end, there is nothing to resist. He did not long for more time. He did not make desperate bargains with the universe. He did not obsess over squeezing every last drop out of his final years. Instead, he lived as though each breath was a bow, a thank you, a gentle farewell. When his hands could no longer hold the chisel with precision, he let the tools rest. When his back stiffened and his pace slowed, he did not curse his body. He simply moved more mindfully, and when his voice began to waver in tone and strength, he did not hide from others. He let them hear it. As it was, soft and aged, like a well-played instrument. There was no fear in him, only acceptance, only grace. So many people fear the loss of control. They dread the day they can no longer contribute, no longer do, no longer be seen as strong or competent. But the man had learned something radical, that even in stillness, we are useful. Even in aging, we are valuable. Even in silence, we teach. In Buddhism, we speak of the value of a cup not in its clay, but in its emptiness, in the space it holds. And so, too, in old age, we become like those cups. We may no longer be filled with youthful vigor or productivity, but we carry space, a different kind of offering, the offering of presence, of patience, of depth. There were days the man would sit by the window and simply watch the wind move through the leaves. He wouldn't reach for a book. He wouldn't busy himself with tasks. He would just be. And in that being, he would feel a profound sense of joy, not excitement, not thrill, but joy, the kind that comes when one is fully aligned with life, asking for nothing more than what already is. Others would visit him and marvel at his simplicity. "How do you stay so content?" they would ask. And he would smile, eyes warm, and say, "Because I no longer believe I need more than this." This was not resignation. It was liberation, the shedding of expectations, of striving, of unnecessary effort. The clarity of knowing that when the mind stops chasing, the heart can finally rest. There is a Sufi story of a man who spent his entire life collecting beautiful things: art, coins, books, rare fabrics. His home was a museum of wonders. But on the day of his death, he wept, not from fear, but from regret. He had loved things, but he had not touched life. He had possessed beauty, but he had not felt beauty. His heart had been full of objects, but empty of presence. The man in our story was the opposite. He had few possessions. His home was simple, his clothing modest, his meals plain, but his days were rich, not in quantity, but in essence. He had touched life with his hands, his breath, his eyes, his silence. He had felt the world, and let the world feel him. And so, when the end approached, there was no panic, no bucket list, no unfinished symphony, just stillness, just peace, just the quiet, knowing that nothing had been wasted. He had often said, "When your body becomes too old to live, then it dies. And so what?" And truly, he meant it. This was not indifference. It was wisdom. He knew that the body was not him, that the form was only the vessel, that the real essence, the one who had loved, served, listened, could not be measured by breath or bone. And so death was not a tragedy to him. It was a transition, a closing of one door, perhaps, and the opening of another, or maybe no door at all. Just stillness, just return. And isn't that enough? Must we demand eternity? Or can we accept the miracle of even one sunrise? Can we see that our worth was never in our longevity, but in our light? Can we bow to the impermanence of things, not as defeat, but as beauty? If you find yourself afraid of aging, afraid of growing still, afraid of what comes when the doing ends, may this message be a balm. You are not disappearing. You are becoming space. You are not being erased. You are being remembered, not by monuments, but by the warmth you leave behind. And when the time comes, may you rest as the man did. No need for grand farewells. No need for perfect endings. Just a breath, and another, and then silence. A silence that does not end you, but complete is you. A silence that holds all the love you gave. A silence that says you were here, and it was enough. There is a tenderness that comes at the end of all things, not sadness, exactly, but a kind of sacred quiet, a gentle hush that falls over the soul when all has been said, all has been given, and there is no need to hold on any longer. The man who had lived fully, who had loved and created and served, had now come to this place, not with reluctance, but with a calm readiness that had been years in the making. He would often say that the idea of outliving his purpose was more frightening than the idea of death itself. To linger too long, he thought, was like overstaying at a dinner where the food was gone and the laughter had faded. Better to leave while the candles still flickered, while the music still hummed faintly in the air. There was beauty in knowing when to go, and yet he did not rush toward death. He did not wish it upon himself. He simply welcomed it when it was near, like an old friend arriving at the door, long expected and long understood. Many people, he observed, feared being disposable. They feared the loss of their roles as parents, as workers, as members of society. They feared becoming invisible, being no longer useful in a world that worships youth, speed, and productivity. But the man knew something deeper, that usefulness was not confined to doing. Sometimes, the greatest offering we can make is our being, our calm, our wisdom, our stillness. There is a story in the Zen tradition of a student who asks the master, "What is the most important thing I can do with my life?" The master replies, "Sit quietly and let your heart become wide like the sky. In that wideness, everything has space, joy and sorrow, birth and death, the whole range of what it means to be human." The man had lived like that. He had become spacious. He had allowed grief to pass through him, like wind through a tree, never clinging, never blocking. He had made peace with his pain, and now he could make peace with his departure. His body, once nimble and strong, had begun to slow. Simple tasks took more time. The tools he once held with confidence now slipped through his fingers. He could no longer repair the instruments he loved. But even that was okay. The instruments, he said, would now live without him. "They don't need me anymore," he whispered, not with sadness, but with something close to joy. They've become their own beings. And in that, there was a deep lesson. We do not need to cling to the things we've shaped, whether they are people, projects, or memories. We must learn to release them, like birds from an open palm. They are not meant to stay. Their flight is not a loss, it is a fulfillment. And we, too, must learn to fly when the time comes. He often spoke of nature, how leaves fall when the season changes, how rivers flow without resistance, how the sun never argues with the setting sky. Everything knows when to let go. He said, only humans forget. But even that, forgetting, he held with compassion. It is hard to let go. It is hard to say goodbye to what we have loved. And so he did not rush others, nor judge them. He simply modeled the way, quietly, gently, patiently. There is a passage from the Dhammapada. Just as a solid rock is not shaken by the storm, even so, the wise are not moved by praise or blame. The man had become like that rock. Praise no longer stirred pride. Criticism no longer stung. He had ceased needing validation. He knew who he was, and that was enough. In his final weeks, he was surrounded not by noise, but by peace. The few who came to visit did not come to fix anything. They came to sit, to breathe, to be with him in the simple, wordless way that true connection allows. They did not ask him for advice. They asked him for presence, and he gave it, fully. Once, a young woman asked if he had any regrets. He thought for a moment, then shook his head. "No," he said. "I listened. I loved. I made things with care. I let go when I had to. What more is there?" And, truly, what more is there? We spend so much of life accumulating experiences, possessions, achievements. And yet, at the end, it is the shedding that brings peace, the unclenching, the opening, the becoming light. If you are nearing an ending of your own, a season, a role, a chapter, may this message find you gently. You are not being erased. You are being completed. You are not vanishing. You are returning to stillness, to peace, to the vastness from which you came. The man's final days were not filled with dramatic revelations. There were no grand speeches, only soft smiles, long pauses, and the occasional tear not of sadness, but of gratitude. He said often, "I am ready," not because he had conquered death, but because he had embraced life. He had walked through it awake. He had met it fully. He had made friends with every part, the joys, the sorrows, the questions, the silences. And so when death knocked, he did not tremble. He opened the door, nodded, and stepped into the unknown with grace. This is the path of the Dharma, not to escape death, but to understand it, not to fear endings, but to meet them with eyes wide open and heart unburdened. If you are afraid, let that be okay. Hold your fear with kindness, but also know this: you are not meant to stay forever. You are meant to arrive, to give, and then, one day, to release. And in that release, there is no failure, only freedom, only the soft, infinite embrace of what lies beyond. What is it that we leave behind? Really? Is it the name etched into marble, the fading photographs tucked into drawers, the stories told at dinner tables, blurred by time and retelling? Or is it something quieter, something that can't quite be captured in words, like the warmth that lingers in a room long after the candle has gone out, or the way a favorite song echoes in memory, even after the sound has vanished? The man never sought to leave a legacy in the conventional sense. He wasn't interested in praise or prestige, in being remembered as a great craftsman or a wise elder. And yet, he understood something profound, that what we shape with sincerity, with love, with full presence that lives on, not in fame, but in feeling, not in plaques, but in people. He knew that the harpsichords he had made would still be played long after his body had returned to the earth, that the double bass he had resurrected from ruin would sing again under the fingers of someone who might never know his name. And that was enough. In Buddhism, there is a deep teaching in non-attachment, not just to things or people, but to the self, to the very idea of I. The man had lived this truth. He had not tried to possess his work. He had not claimed it as a monument to his identity. Instead, he let it go freely, as a monk releases a mandala to the wind, knowing that beauty does not need permanence to matter. When we act without clinging, our actions ripple outward like circles in a pond. They may disappear from view, but they do not disappear from the world. And so he smiled at the thought that his instruments would go on without him, not because they proved his worth, but because they would continue bringing joy. Music would pour from their bodies, unburdened by the past, alive in the present. He found great peace in that. Many people near the end of life wrestle with the fear of being forgotten, of becoming irrelevant, of vanishing, but he did not. He understood that life is not a performance with an audience. It is a presence, a practice, a participation in something much larger than the self. The river does not worry about whether the sea will remember it. It flows simply because flowing is its nature, and in that flow, it nourishes all it touches. In the same way, the man had lived to give, not for praise, but for the sheer joy of giving. A kind word, a repaired violin, a moment of silence shared under a tree. These, too, were his legacy. If someone asked him what he hoped to leave behind, he would pause, then answer softly, kindness. That's all. And truly, what more could be needed? In the end, the grand structures fall, the gold fades, the names are forgotten, but a gesture of real kindness that becomes part of the human heart. It travels from soul to soul, unseen but unmistakable, like a breath passed between generations. You may never know who you've healed. You may never hear the song that your actions made possible, but still, they live. Still, they grow. Still, they matter. The man understood this as a kind of invisible thread, one that weaves us all together, not through force, but through love, through presence, through care. One day, a visitor asked him, "Do you ever wonder what happens after we die?" He nodded. "I wonder," he said, "but I don't worry." He didn't pretend to know. He didn't recite doctrines or speculate on heavens. He simply acknowledged the mystery. And yet, within that mystery, he found reassurance, not because he needed to believe in a particular afterlife, but because he trusted the way he had lived. "I believe," he said, "that if I've made even one good thing, one true thing, then I've done my part." He looked at the hands that had carved and glued, that had comforted and held, and he smiled. They'll be still soon, but they've done enough. That, too, is a teaching, to know when it is enough, to know when to stop striving, when to place the last piece and step back, not with regret, but with peace. The Buddha taught that clinging is the root of suffering, that to let go of desire, of fear, of the illusion of control, is to be free. And the man, in his final season, was free, not because his life had been perfect, but because he had lived it in alignment with his heart. He had made peace with not knowing. He had made peace with the passing of time. He had made peace with imperfection. And in doing so, he had become a part of the very peace he had spent his life seeking. As the days grew quieter, he would sometimes sit with his eyes closed, not asleep, but simply present, listening, breathing, bowing to those who watched. It seemed as if he was disappearing, but in truth, he was arriving more fully into the space. He had prepared his whole life to enter the space of surrender, of union, of return. If you, too, have wondered what you will leave behind, if you've worried about your legacy, your impact, your name, may this part of the story ease your heart. You do not need to be remembered in books. You do not need a statue or a title. You only need to love what is in front of you, to give what you can, while you can, to create something honest, even if no one knows it came from you, to live in such a way that the world is just a little softer, a little kinder, because you were here. And when your time comes, may you smile as the man did, not because you stayed long, but because you stayed true. And then the quietest goodbye. No trumpet call, no final, dramatic gesture, no lingering sense of unfinished business. Just a breath, one last breath, exhaled gently, like a leaf falling in late autumn, as if life itself had folded into silence with a sigh, not out of exhaustion, but out of completion. The man's passing was not marked by sorrow, but by a stillness so deep, so whole, that those who sat near him could feel something sacred filling the space he left behind. It was not emptiness. It was presence, the kind that remains when all else has dissolved. His hands, once weathered by craft and care, rested lightly upon his chest, fingers curled as if holding nothing and everything. For those who had walked beside him, friends, family, and even strangers, he had once touched with kindness. The moment was not only an ending, it was a teaching, a lesson in how to go, and more importantly, how to live so that the going is no longer feared. In Buddhism, we speak often of impermanence anicca, that all conditioned things are subject to arising and passing, that every tree, every star, every breath, every relationship, every heartbeat will change and fade. But it is not meant to frighten us. It is meant to liberate us, because when we truly understand impermanence, we stop wasting time. We stop clinging to what cannot stay. We start loving more fiercely, forgiving more freely, releasing more easily. The man had lived with this awareness, not intellectually, but in his bones, in his gaze, in the way he savored his tea and chose his words carefully, as if each one mattered. And because he had accepted death, he had lived without fear. He had poured his spirit into each day, not knowing how many would remain, and that made each one precious. There was no bucket list, no desperate grasp for one more sunrise. Instead, there was gratitude, there was readiness, there was peace. In the final days, he had spoken little, but when he did, his words came like wind chimes, soft, brief, but ringing long afterward. To one visitor, he whispered, "Don't mourn too loudly. The bird was never yours to keep." To another, he said, "If I gave you anything, let it be your own silence." And to his youngest grandchild, who clutched his frail hand and asked, "Where will you go?" he smiled and replied, "To where the music never stops." And just like that, the thread was released. His breath faded not with struggle, but with serenity. His body, still and quiet, held no resistance. Those present did not cry in anguish. They sat, hands in their laps, hearts strangely full, not because death had spared them grief, but because the man had shown them a different way to meet it. This was what it meant to die awake, not to transcend suffering, but to bow to it, not to escape the world, but to embrace it fully, then release it. In the days that followed, no grand funeral was held, per his wishes. His ashes were scattered quietly near the roots of an old pine tree, the same tree he had sat beneath on warm afternoons, whittling small wooden birds that he would give to passing children. No plaque was erected, no eulogy was read, but the tree would remember, the soil would remember, the sound of his laughter once rare, but real would echo in the wind, in the space between notes, in the pause, before a string is plucked. He had often said, "When I stop, the things I love will not stop." And indeed, they didn't. The harpsichord still played. The tools still rested in the workshop, waiting for new hands. The teachings he had whispered into passing moments, the compassion he had extended in simple gestures, the steadiness he had offered in a rushing world, these remained, not as monuments, but as movements, not as memories, but as momentum. And so he continued, not in form, but in flow. This is the truth of legacy in the Buddhist sense. It is not what you own, or what you achieve, or what is written about you. It is what you give away while expecting nothing in return. It is the ripples you create in the hearts of others, long after you've left the water. It is the peace that enters a room because you once sat there quietly. It is the forgiveness that spreads because you once forgave first. It is the courage that blossoms in another because you once chose to bow, to listen, to let go. We all, in our way, leave behind a trail not of footsteps, but of presence. And if we've lived gently, that presence is not loud or heavy. It's light, like a lantern someone else picks up when the path gets dark. The man's life and death was such a lantern. And so now, dear listener, the story is yours, not as a tale to admire, but as a path to walk, a reminder that simplicity is a form of wealth, that usefulness is not measured in tasks, but in truth, that aging is not the end, but the soft unfolding of wisdom, that dying is not failure, it is the final offering. You do not need to chase more. You do not need to be remembered forever. You only need to be here, fully. You only need to meet each moment with awareness and compassion, to create beauty, even if no one sees it, to serve quietly, even if no one thanks you, to love openly, even if it breaks you. Let that be your song. Let that be your mark. Let that be enough. The candle may go out, but the room remains warm. The bell may stop ringing, but the silence carries its echo. You are not what ends. You are what lingers. You are not the flame. You are the light it leaves behind.